271. Materialistic. It should not be forgotten that the ideal and the material are not simple terms to which you can be assigned directly opposite meanings, but rather exactly and objectively determined categories in the scientific philosophy, and that calling consciousness material, means illicitly concealing the borders between the one and the other, between materialism and idealism. This was especially underlined by Lenin. The real problem of the mutual conversion of the ideal and the material that is done in the course of the actual process of the same conversion, whose research Lenin considered very important, it is here sophistically replaced by a word problem which, naturally, is solved with pure verbal magic, calling ideal in a case to what in another is called material and vice versa. The real materialist solution of the problem in its concrete formulation, already outlined by Hegel, was found, as is known, by Marx, who had in mind the completely real process of vital activity specifically human. It is the process in which course the material vital activity of social man begins to produce not only a material product, but also an ideal product. He begins to perform the act of idealization of reality, the process of converting the material into an ideal, so that later, once it has arisen, it ideal becomes an important component of the activity vital material of social man and begins to take place opposite process, that of materialization, objectification, reification, incarnation, of the ideal. These two processes really opposed to each other are close, finally forming cycles expressed with greater or lesser precision in which the end of a process becomes the beginning of the other, opposite to it, which leads, for last, to a movement in the form of a spiral with all the dialectical consequences that derive from it. 272. It is very important to note that the process of conversion of the material into the ideal and vice versa, a process that constantly closes in on itself, in new cycles of the spiral, is a specific process of vital activity socio-historical of man. This process is not inherent to the vital activity of animals and, therefore, cannot talk seriously about the problem of the ideal with relation to them, no matter how developed they are. Without, however, it is evident that animals developed they possess psyche, a psychic form of reflection of the world surroundings and, therefore, whoever wants it can award the ideal to the animal. Only, in such a case, for what ideal would mean the psychic in general and not only the peculiar form proper to the psyche of the man, of the social human spirit of the head human. Meanwhile, Marx speaks precisely of man, and only of him, and by the ideal he does not understand the psychic in general, but a very specific configuration of his, the form of the social human psyche. The ideal for Marx not is something other than the material, transposed in the head human and transformed into it. It is necessary to delimit especially that this thesis cardinal for understanding are only the condition that take into account that it was expressed in the context of the polemic with the Hegelian interpretation of the ideal and that outside this strictly delimited context, loses its specific content. If this context is lost sight of, that is, the essence of the difference in principle between the Marxist interrelationship and Hegelian of the ideal and becomes the proposition of Marx in a definition of the concept of the ideal, then said proposition loses its concrete content real and acquires a completely different meaning, it is completely misinterpreted. 273. Frequently, this thesis is understood, interpreted, in the spirit of vulgar materialism and, in such a case, it is natural then the head of man to which Marx refers, is understood as the anatomical physiological body organ of the particular species Homo sapiens, that is, as the set of completely material phenomena located under the cranial vault of the isolated individual. From here, the rest follows automatically. The formal possibility of such an interpretation was expressed and already rejected by Todor Pavlov. Sometimes, he is treated at ideal evi behavioristically, in such a way that the transposition and transformation are taken in the sense of purely physiological processes or of other processes materials. This interpretation also makes it possible to link the Marx's thesis with the automatic structure and the operation of different steering systems, natural or man-made. In this case, its psychic, consciousness, thought, not to mention the creative thought, unnecessary concepts result. As a direct consequence of such an interpretation, what ideal begins to be explained in terms of the cybernetics, information theory, and other physical, mathematical and technical disciplines, begins to represent it as some variety of code, such as result of the encoding and decoding, of the transformation of some signals into others, etc., etc. Is natural that within the framework of such an interpretation of the ideal many processes and events begin to be included purely observable materials in the blocks of the machines and electronic devices and, finally, all purely physical phenomena that, in one way or another, are linked to the reaction of one material system on another, which cause in the latter certain purely materials. In short, from the concept of the ideal there remains neither the trace, and Todor Pavlov rightly accuses this. 274. Mode of reasoning to put aside and no return possible to the very object of which Marx spoke, the ideal, as well as strange abstractionism and indeterminacy of the words used. Terms like isomorphism, homomorphism, model neurodynamic, and other similar ones. None of them refers to the object in question, to the specific category of phenomena that Marx designated with the term the ideal. These terms simply have to do with another thing, in the best of cases, with the material premises, without whose existence, ideality as a specific form of the reflection of the surrounding world in the human head could have arisen. But they have nothing to do with ideal itself, with the peculiar product that is obtained as a result of transposition and transformation of the material in the human, and only human, head, with the specific concrete forms in which the material in general is represented in this singular product of the human activity. Meanwhile, in the category of ideal correctly understood include precisely those and only those forms of reflex which specifically differentiate to man of the animal and that are neither proper nor known by the animal, even by those who have an activity superior nervous system and a highly developed psyche. Precisely these specific forms of reflection of the surrounding world in the human head, and only them are the ones that philosophy as a science has always considered with the name of ideal forms of the psychic activity, and if you have kept this term, it is precisely to delimit them from the other forms of reality. Otherwise, this word loses in general its concrete scientific sense, its significance as a scientific category. 275. Here is the same situation that occurs with regarding the concept of work. While the economy politics in the figure of his classics seriously proposed clarify the problem of value, he unequivocally understood by work, human work. When, instead, the bourgeois science went bankrupt and became entangled definitely in insoluble contradictions with regard to this delicate problem, was forced to make sense of the fundamental concepts of the theory of value for work. So, keeping the term, began to understand by work the activity of the donkey that pulls a cart, that of the wind that moves the blades of the mill, that of the steam that actuates the piston and, in general, that of all the forces of nature that the man puts at his service in the process of production of value. From this point of view, the sun and the air begin to produce value, are equated to labor human. For this reason it is considered that not only the work human and, not even fundamentally he, constitutes the source of value. The same goes for ideality. It is not by chance that Marx returns to the problem of the ideal precisely in relation to the problem of value, of the form of value. These problems are tied together by the same knot. You cannot untie one without untie the other. Well, how demonstrates with indisputable evidence the theoretical analysis rigorous of its peculiarities, the value form is ideal in the strictest sense of that concept and of the term that expresses it. The problem is that the value form can be adopted by any object sensorily perceptible that directly or indirectly satisfies a human need, for any use value. It is about in a directly universal way, completely indifferent to any sensory perceptible material in which it is incarnated, indifferent to its materialization. The 276. Form of value is absolutely independent of the peculiarities of the natural body of the merchandise in the that is housed, in whose form it is represented, including the money, which, with its specific body, does nothing but express that enigmatic reality. This remains always as something different from any material body, of the sensorially perceptible body in which it is in charge, of any corporeal reality. This mystical and enigmatic reality does not have a body own material, and therefore, you can easily change a material form of its incarnation by another, remaining in all its incarnations and metamorphoses and, even, increasing his incorporeal body, ruling the destinies and the motions of all singular bodies in which it has been lodged, in which it materializes temporarily, including the body of man. Literally all the characteristics that philosophy traditional and theology adjudicated to the soul, the universality, incorporeality, elusiveness to any physical chemical procedure and the force almighty authority to guide the destinies of things and of men appear before theoretical thought as an incontestable reality, beyond any doubt, even the of Descartes or that of Hume, in the figure of the determinations of the form of value. It's about the objectivity in the sense of Kant, Plato, Hegel. In tackling this problem, metaphysical materialism, anti-dialectical, how much more vulgar materialism, places you in a frankly awkward position, reveals your total theoretical incompetence and faces tied feet and hands to an insoluble dilemma for him: either they deny the existence of existing objective reality, or they humble themselves before Plato or before Berkeley. How to get out of trouble? Well, the value it is not the soul of priests and theologians. If the soul hardly can be interpreted as the designation mystical clerical of a material organ of the human body. 277. Of the brain, an explanation could hardly be admitted equal of value, regardless of the successes that are obtained in the scientific natural investigation of the work of the human brain. The overall value form is ideal. And this does not mean in any way that it exists only in consciousness, inside the human head interpreted physiologically, as a psychophysiological phenomenon, as neurodynamic brain phenomenon of a certain type, even if it is of a little investigated type. This would be, precisely, a complete idealistic explanation of the history, an interpretation of the socio-historical process and of its mercantile capitalist phase from the point of view of the crudest variant of idealism, physiological idealism. Of course, talking about something ideal where it is not there is a man with the human head of him is unacceptable and absurd, not only from the point of view of materialism of Marx, but of any materialism in general that be aware of the words he uses. But this does not mean at all that the ideal is found in the head, in the thickness of the cerebral cortex, although without brain and headless did not exist. To the theoretical that no understand this difference, it is necessary to remind you of the fact indisputable that without the man with his human head not only does the ideal not exist, but neither does the set of material relations of production, and neither even the productive forces themselves. When the theoretician writes a book with pen on paper or with the help of the typewriter, he creates an ideal product, despite the fact that its work is fixed in the form of sensory perceptible scribbles, visible on the paper. It is, in this case, a spiritual work and, in material way. When the painter draws a picture, he creates an image and not the original. When the engineer draws a plan, does not create a material product, but performs also a spiritual work and creates only an ideal machine. 278. And not real. And the difference is that creating a material product requires the application of physical forces, while the creation of an ideal product demands the application of spiritual forces. Nothing like that. Any sculptor could tell us that carving a statue of granite, creating a sculptural image, is physically much more difficult than weaving the canvas or sewing the frock coat. He, conductor of a symphony orchestra, sheds as much sweat as a farmer. And doesn't the creation of a material product require of the brain a maximum tension of its consciousness and its will power? Demands it, and all the more the less sense personnel have for him the work process and the product of it. However, a category of men deals only with the spiritual work, which creates only an ideal product and exclusively modifies the social conscience of the men, and another category of men creates a product material, insofar as it produces changes in the sphere of its being material. From what has been said it follows how exactly and acutely Lenin formulated the dialectical materialist understanding of the relationship between thought and the brain. Think the man with the help of the brain, this is the Leninist formula. Not the brain, as the specialists in physiology and cybernetics improvising on this topic. In this case, the difference is one of principle. Indeed, the matter lies in the fact that the brain does not think, but the individual with help of the brain, the individual inserted in the network of social relations always mediated by things materials created by man for man. But the brain is only the material organ, anatomical physiological of this work, of the work of thought, is say about spiritual work. The product of this work special is precisely the ideal, and not the changes materials that take place within one's own brain. 279. This relationship is identical to that between the man and his own hand, does not work the hand, but the man with the help of the hand. He product of his work is not found in any way in the hand, inside it, but in the material of the nature that is elaborated, that is, it presents itself as the shape of the thing out of hand and not like the shape of one's own hand with its 5 fingers. The same happens in the case that concerns us. Think the man with the help of the brain, but the product of this work are not at all the material changes in the system of spiritual culture, in its forms and structures, the system of schemes and images of the external world. Therefore, when drawing a circle or, say, a pyramid, regardless of whether it is done on paper or only in imagination, man can investigate this image geometric ideal as a peculiar product, to discover in her new properties, even if she does not make them consciously in the object of his work. In doing so, he investigates the properties of his own brain and the changes that occur in it, but something completely different. The ideal is the scheme of real objectual activity of man who agrees with the existing form outside the head, outside the brain. It's just a schematic, and not the reality of flesh and blood itself. However, only because it is a scheme, image, of the activity purpose-oriented reality of man, of human activity with the things of the outside world, can be represented and examined as a peculiar object, absolutely independent of the constitution of the brain and its specific states, such as the object of an activity special, spiritual work, thought, directed to the transformation of the image of the thing and not of the thing, same as in this image of the thing and not of the thing itself, which is represented in this image. This is the only thing. 280. Differentiates the purely ideal activity from the activity directly material. To think that the mathematician, when investigating the properties cube or sphere, examine the diagram of the events that take place in the cavity of his own brain, means placing oneself in the positions of the cruder variant of subjective idealism, idealism physiological, both in the understanding of the ideal and of the material. Herein lies all the difference. The same difference that exists between the social being and social consciousness, between the material and the ideal, which was scientifically outlined, for the first time by Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and that, for example, he could not even intuit Bogdanov, in whose work these categories were merged on the basis that both exist independently of individual consciousness, and they are also opposed to it as forms of the socially organized experience, as stereotypes completely impersonal and independent universals of the whims of the individual psyche. From the fact that stereotypes historically establishments of social conscience are imposed spontaneously to individual consciousness as an external force and conform it to his image and likeness, cannot in any way be deduced that said stereotypes are material forms, forms of social being. These stereotypes are and continue to be forms of social consciousness, that is, entirely ideal forms. The authors we criticize, as well as Bogdanov, they do not wish to recognize the ideal character of these forms, and the included in the category of material phenomena. Naturally, among these material phenomena our authors count the syntactic forms and grammars of language, legal norms of regulation of the individual will by the state institutions specially established for this. 281. And many, many other things. All those that are not cerebral neurodynamic processes of certain guy. Everything except those processes. Included, for of course, the value form. We offer the reader the possibility of judging in what extent this conception can be linked to the axiomatic propositions of materialist understanding of the story and to what conclusions it would lead us in the attempt to critically understand the antinomies of value, the enigmatic properties of the commodity, this sensory-supersensory thing. According to the meaning that Marx gave to the term the ideal, the form of value in general, and not only its money form, is a purely ideal. This claim is not made on the basis that this form only exists, supposedly, in consciousness, in the merchant's head, but precisely on a reverse basis. The price or money form of value, like all form of value in general, is ideal by virtue of being completely different from the visible corporeal form of the merchandise in which it is represented. This is the idea that Marx develops in the chapter Money or Circulation Goods. Point 7. In other words, the value form is ideal despite that exists outside and independently of the consciousness of the man, in outer space to the human head, in the things, that is, in the merchandise themselves or, as he puts it Marx, despite the fact that he exists only in the heads of the goods. This meaning of the word can push back abruptly to the reader accustomed to the terminology of popular works on materialism and on relationship of the material with the ideal. Ideally is a completely objective reality, of a peculiar kind, existing outside the human head and independently of the conscience and the will of men, a reality. 282. Invisible, sensorially imperceptible. For this reason, seems to be only thought, something supersensory. It is possible that a slightly more scholar in the sphere of philosophy suspects that, in this case, Marx unnecessarily flirts with language Hegelian, with the semantic tradition that is linked to the name of Plato, Schelling, and Hegel, typical representatives of objective idealism, that is, with the conception according to which the ideal exists as a world peculiar outside and independently of man, as a world of incorporeal essences, ideas. In the best of cases, this reader will accuse Marx of having used improperly, incorrectly, the term the ideal, of having allowed himself to be carried away by the Hegelian hypostasy of the phenomena of conscience, as well as other sins mortal, inadmissible for a materialist. However, the matter is not so simple. It is not about a terminological problem. But since the terminology plays a not insignificant role in the science, Marx uses the term the ideal in a meaning close to the Hegelian precisely because in he locks up a much deeper meaning than in the popular quasi-materialist understanding of the ideal as phenomenon of consciousness, as a pure function of brain. The question lies in the fact that idealism intelligent, dialectical, like that of Plato and Hegel, is in this point much closer to the truth than the popular, superficial, vulgar materialism, stupid, as Lenin called it. In the Hegelian system, although in inverted form, the fact of conversion is expressed dialectic of the ideal in material and vice versa, of which existence does not have the slightest news. Materialism stupid, stuck in the gross contradiction, not dialectic, of the ideal and the material. 283. The popular understanding of the ideal does not suspect what perfidious traps is set for him in this case the dialectic of these categories. Marx, who passed the solid school of dialectic Hegelian, he was not as innocent as the materialists popular. His materialism was enriched by the achievements of philosophical thought that goes from Kant to Hegel. This explains why, in the Hegelian conception of the ideal structure of the world, existing outside the head human, and outside of consciousness, Marx did not see simply idealistic nonsense, a variant philosophy of religious tales about God, which was what that he saw anti-dialectical materialism in the understanding Hegelian description of the ideal, but rather an idealistically invested in the real relationship of the spirit with nature, of the ideal with the material, of thought with being. This was reflected in the terminology. This circumstance obliges us to briefly outline the history of the term the ideal in the course of the development of classical German philosophy from Kant to Hegel, and to clarify the moral that the intelligent materialist, or whatever, dialectical, Carlos Marx. It all starts when the founder of philosophy, German classical Immanuel Kant, adopted as starting point precisely the popular interpretation of the concepts of the ideal and the real, without suspecting even the traps he set for himself in doing so. The author of the Critique of Pure Reason clarifies his understanding of this difference with the famous example of the thalers. It is one thing to have 100 thalers in your pocket, and another different thing is to have them only in the conscience, only in imagination, in dreams, in other words only as ideal thalers. This example plays a very important role in Kant, constitutes one of the arguments against the call ontological proof of the existence of God, from the 284. Existence of the object in consciousness, it cannot be deduced his existence outside of consciousness. God exists in the consciousness of men, but from this it does not follow in absolute his existence outside of consciousness. Well, they are not few things that can be found in the consciousness of the men. There are centaurs and witches, ghosts and dragons with 7 heads as phenomena of consciousness, of ideal phenomena. There are indeed green demons, although every sober neighbor knows perfectly well that do not really exist, outside of the alcoholic's consciousness drunk, and that what he takes for such are objects completely different, not at all similar to they. Kant could have had no idea of the trap that had been set. Tending to himself with the reckless example of the real thalers. In a neighboring country, where they did not have in the thalers, if not the rubles or the francs, would have popularly explained that in his pocket there are no thalers real, but, simply and plainly, representative signs stamped on paper, compulsory course only in the Prussian Empire. Indeed, if we call real everything which has had the honor of being confirmed by the laws of the Prussian king and is guaranteed by his signature and his stamp, and to everything resistant is considered otherworldly fantasies, then the example of Kant demonstrates what he meant. He proposed to demonstrate. But in the framework of a broader representation of the real and the ideal, the Kant's example demonstrates precisely the opposite, no denies, but rather confirms, the ontological proof of the existence of God, which Kant considers a typical model of erroneous conclusion of the existence of the original outside the consciousness from the existence of the image in the awareness. On the contrary, the example adduced by Kant could only reinforce the ontological demonstration. Writes 285. Marx, who adopts in relation to God a position far more radical atheist than Kant. In fact, thalers real have the same existence as the gods imaginary. Does the real thaler exist somewhere that is not a general representation, or more accurately, the social representation of men? Take money from paper to a country where the paper is not used for this purpose, and everyone will laugh at such a subjective representation. The reproach against Kant formulated here does not have its root, of course, in the desire to modify the way Hegelian the meaning of the terms the ideal and the real, but in the understanding of the fact that the system philosophical that considers real everything that man perceived as something existing outside of itself, consciousness, and ideal, everything that is not perceived as such, is incapable of critically differentiating illusions and fundamental errors of the human race. Indeed, the real thalers in no way differ from the gods of primitive religions, of crude fetishes of the savage, what reverence, just as to gods, tree trunks, pieces of stone, bronze idols, or any such external object. Not the savage regards the object of his worship as a symbol of God, but for him this object, with all its crude sensorially perceptible corporeality, is the God himself, and in no way the representation of it. And here it is crudely fetishistic religious consciousness acquires really, with the example of Kant's thalers, an argument in favor of it. For an elderly believer, Ilya the prophet exists in the reality precisely because she sees it in the lightning and here in the thunder. It is precisely Ilya the prophet whom he perceives, and not the symbol of him, or, more properly, he perceives the lightning and thunder like Ilya the prophet and not like his symbol. In lightning and thunder she perceives her. 286. Actual acting, the actual ways this character was present to the senses. Fetishism consists in the fact that the object, in all its crude corporeality, in its immediately perceptible form, is they assign you property that, in fact, does not belong to you, and they have nothing in common with their exterior configuration. When this object, a tree trunk, a stone, a piece of bronze, etc., ceases to be considered as the God himself and becomes his external sign, it is no longer perceived as a direct subject of the actions attached to it, but only as a reminder sign that points to another reality, only as a symbol of that another reality, of a completely different subject due to its exterior. Consciousness takes a step forward on the path of the intellection of the essence of the matter. For this reason, Kant himself, and also Hegel, who in this point agrees with it, consider the version Protestant Christianity as a higher level in the development of religious awareness regarding Catholicism archaic, which has really moved away from the primitive idolatry fetishism. Well, the Catholic differs from the Protestant precisely in that he perceives everything represented in the icons and biblical writings in the form literal, as an exact representation of the facts that have took place in the outside world, of God as a good-natured old man with beards and a bright halo on the bald spot, of the birth of Eve as actual transformation of Adam's rib into a being human, etc. The Protestant, who sees in such an interpretation an expression of idolatry, he interprets these events as allegories, as parables, which have a purely ideal inner sense, a sense purely moral. The Hegelians reproached Kant that the example of thalers played into the game of Catholic idolatry, and it was contrary to his own Protestant sympathies and positions. 287. Because the external thalers, those that are kept in the pocket, are only signs or symbols of the general or, better, of the social representation of men. Representatives, forms of expression, incarnation exterior, of the spirit, exactly like the icons that hang on the wall, which, despite all their reality sensorially perceptible, are only images of the self-awareness of the social man, of the human spirit. In essence, are entirely ideal, even though they have a corporeal, material existence, and they meet, naturally, out of the man's head, out of the consciousness of the individual, outside the human psyche with its transcendent mechanisms. The gods and the thalers are phenomena of the same order. This was verified by Hegel and the Hegelians. With that, the problem of the ideal and its relation to the world real, material, was raised in another plane of examination, different from Kantianism, was linked to the acquaintance problem of alienation, to the question of objectification and the de-objectification, of the appropriation reverse by man of the objects created by him himself and converted, by the force of mysterious processes, in the world of objective formations not only external to man, but also hostile to him. From here we get the following understanding of the subject proposed by Kant. The proofs of the existence of God do not represent anything other than empty tautologies. For example, the ontological proof is reduced to what following: what I represent to myself is really for me a real representation. This representation acts on me and, in this sense, all the gods, both pagans, like Christians, have real existence. Didn't ancient Moloch rule? Did Apollonius of Delphi was not a real force in the lifetime of the Greeks? In this case, even Kant's critique can achieve nothing. If someone imagines that he owns hundreds of thalers, if this 288 idea is not for him an arbitrary and subjective representation, if he believes in her, then for him these imagined thalers have the same significance as the real ones. For example, he can get into debt based on his fantasy, act how all humanity has acted by getting into debt at the expense of their gods. In this way of putting the question, the category of the ideal acquires a sense and meaning substantially different from those in the lexicon of Kant. This is not the result of a whim terminology of Hegel and the Hegelians, rather, constitutes the expression of an evident circumstance, of the fact that individual consciousness, in the same way that the social organism in general is not the repetition multiple of the social organism of the human individual. The social consciousness is the historically established system and developing objective representations completely independent of the whims of the individual consciousness and will, the system of forms and schemes of the objective spirit, of the reason collective of humanity, and, immediately, of the people, with their peculiar spiritual culture. Are included here from the general moral norms that regulate the life of men, legal ordinances, forms of political state organization, the ritual schemes legitimized of human activity in all its spheres, the obligatory rules of life for all, the iron trade union regulations, etc., etc., to the structures, syntactic grammatical aspects of speech and language and the logical rules of reasoning. All these structural forms and schemes of the social conscience are unmistakably opposed to the consciousness and the will organized within, forms perfectly external to its determination. The facts are facts, with the requirements and limitations expressed in them and legitimized by tradition is. 289. Forced to count each individual from childhood, each time more carefully no less than with the image directly from things and external situations or with organic ailments, desires, and needs of his individual body. It is equally clear that in the composition of the individual consciousness all these schemes and forms taxes from outside can in no way be perceived as psychological schemata transcendental innate to it, not even in the form instinctive tendencies. All of them are purchased at the course of education, training, and re-education, it is that is, in the course of the individual's relationship with the present spiritual culture, formed before, outside and independently of it, such as schemes and forms cultural. These are not immanent forms of work of the individual psyche, but forms of another subject external to her and which she appropriates. That is why Hegel saw the main advantage of the doctrine of Plato that the question of the relationship of the spirit towards nature was raised here for the first time not on the narrow basis of the relationships of the sole individual towards everything else, but on the basis of the investigation of the general relationship, read, social collective, from the world of ideas to the world of things. That is why with Plato the tradition of contemplating the world of ideas, hence also properly the concept of ideal world, as a certain world of laws, rules, and schemes stable and internally organized, according to which the activity is carried out psychic of each person separately, of the sole individual, as a singular objective reality and supernatural, opposed to each individual person and dominantly dictating to the latter the mode of its behavior in particular situations. He state then intervenes as that external force. 290. Determines the individual, watching over the entire system of the present spiritual culture, by the whole system of rules and obligations of each citizen. Here, in a semi-mystical or semi-mythological way, it was accurately recorded the fully real fact of the dependence on psychic activity, and not only psychic, of the particular man with respect to that system of culture formed before him and perfectly independent of it, within which arises and develops the spiritual life of each particular man, that is, the work of the human head. The question of the relationship of the ideal to the reified material was also presented here as the question of the relation of these forms, schemes, stereotypes, stable of the culture towards the world of singular things, to which belong not only the things exteriors, but also the physical body of the person himself. Man. Properly, it is only here that the need to accurately discern the category of ideality with respect to of the undifferentiated and confused representation of the psyche in general, which, the psyche, can with equal success be interpreted as a completely body, no matter what particular organ it is function belonged, whether to the heart, whether to the lungs or to the brain. Otherwise, the ideality results and remains only as particular and, therefore, as useless idiomatic embellishment of the psychic. So it had been until Plato, with the term idea was designated in Democritus inclusive, a completely natural way, the geometric contour of the thing, of the body, which equally corporeal form is imprinted on man, in the corporeality of the eyes. This meaning is printed from the word, characteristic of the primitive and naive form of materialism, is not acceptable, of course, for the contemporary materialism that takes into consideration. 291. all the complexity of the interrelationships of the psyche individual with the world of objects. Therefore, in the lexicon of contemporary materialist psychology, and not only in philosophy, the category of the ideal or the ideality does not characterize the psyche in general, but only a certain phenomenon, evidently linked to the psyche, but irreducible to it. Ideality, writes the well-known Soviet psychologist Rubinstein, characterizes, par excellence, the idea or image to the extent that they, by objectifying themselves in the word and to be included in the social knowledge system elaborated, which presents itself to the individual as an objective reality, acquire by this way a relative independence, as if separated from the activity individual's psyche. Only from this point of view, the category of ideality becomes concrete determination, of content, of a certain category of phenomena, set the form of the process reflection of objective reality in the psyche, socio-human by its origin and essence, in the consciousness of man, and ceases to be a superfluous and unnecessary part of the psyche in general. In relation to the fragment taken from the book of Rubinstein, it is necessary to note that the image is not only objective in the word, and that not only in its verbal expression can be included in the knowledge system socially constructed. Without expressing himself in words, in language, the image can be objectified very well, even better, more directly, in the sculptural, graphic, pictorial, plastic representations, in the usual ritual way in which men interact with each other and with things, in graphics and models, in symbolic objects such as shields, flags, or the shapes of clothing, belongings and other things like that, in the decoration of the royal court and in that of toys childish, in the money. Including here real bars of 292. Iron, gold coins, paper bills, receipts, bills of exchange and credit obligations. Ideality in general is, in the language historically established of philosophy, the characteristic of such materially crystallized images, objectified, reified, of human social culture, that is, of the historical modes of man's social activity, which oppose the individual, his conscience and his will, as a supernature, as a reality objective, as a peculiar object comparable to the material reality, found in the same space that this and that, precisely for this reason, is completely confused with her. For this reason, solely in the interest of accuracy terminological, it is absurd to use this determination to designate the individual states of the person's psyche unique at a given time. Well, the latter, with all its whims and unrepeatable individual variations, are determined by the practically infinite trap of the most dissimilar factors, including ephemeral states of the organism and the particularities of its reactions biochemical, say, the phenomena of allergy or color blindness, and that for this reason, at the level of social culture human, are purely causal. It is precisely for this reason that Kant refers, for example, to the ideality of space and time, but not to the ideality of the sensation of a given weight on the belly or on the muscles of the hand, or it refers to the ideality of cause-effect dependence, but not to the ideality of the fact that the stone is heated under the action of sunlight, although this fact also we become aware. The ideality becomes here synonymous with the transcendental character of the forms universals of sensory and understanding, that is, of those schemes of cognitive activity, typical of each I that have an impersonal character, and reveal a 293. Coercive force in relation to any particular I, empirical. This is why space and time, the causal dependence and beauty are, for Kant, ideals, while the states of the psyche linked to the unrepeatable and ephemeral physical states of the body individual, he does not consider them worthy of this denomination. It is true that, as we saw in the example of the thalers, Kant does not always strictly conform to this use of the word, not through negligence, of this it is difficult to accuse Kant, but because of the dialectical perfidy of the problems that he himself has raised. But even though these terminological inaccuracies, in his work he begins to clarify the dialectical content of the categories, content that will have a much more appropriate in the Hegelian school. The problem is that Kant failed to overcome the representation about the social conscience, about the universal spirit, as a multiple repetition of the individual conscience. In his work, as universal parameters of the spirit, are presented, from a or another way, the schemes that, being specific to each singular consciousness, constitute its determinations impersonal and invariant. By the universal is meant, in this case, the identical for each singularity and the general abstract for all. In Hegelian philosophy, this problem is dealt with substantially different way. The social organism, the culture of a given people, does not in any way constitute some an abstraction that expresses the same that can be observed in the composition of the psyche of each person particular, something abstract inherent to each individual isolated, in a psychological transcendental schema of the individual life activity. Hegel still understands the forms historically established and developing spirit universal, the spirit of the people, the objective spirit, stable schemes within which the activity takes place. 294. Psychic of each particular individual. However, these forms are no longer considered formal abstractions, abstract general traits present in each person separately. Hegel, after Rousseau, with his difference between the general will and the universal will, takes into account the obvious fact that in the various confrontations of individual wills, oriented in different directions, engender and some results crystallize that are in no way contained in the composition of each of these wills, which is why social consciousness as a certain everything is not composed, like a wall of bricks, of everything same present in each of the parts, of the individual I, of the consciousness as singular. Precisely at this point the path opens towards the understanding that all the schemes that Kant defined as innate transcendental forms of labor of each singular psyche, as internal mechanisms a priori present in it, they represent, in reality, forms of self-awareness of social man, understood, according to Marx's expression, as the set historical development of all social relations, assimilated by the individual from outside and that initially are opposed to it as external schemes of the movement of culture, regardless of its his will and consciousness. All these forms of organization of vital activity human social, realized collectively, existing before, outside and independently of the individual psyche, that is, arisen completely spontaneously, fix materially in one way or another in language, in legitimized customs and ritual norms, and even they present themselves as the organization of a state determined, with all its attributes and organs conservation materials of the traditional forms of life, and are opposed to the individual, to the physical body of the 295. Individual with his brain, lungs, heart, hands, and other organs, as an organized whole in itself and for yes, as something ideal, within which all things singular receive a meaning, and play a role different from what they would have by themselves, that is, outside of that everything precisely for this reason. The ideal determination of anything or the determination of anything as a vanishing moment in the movement of the ideal world coincides for Hegel with the role and significance of this thing in socio-human culture, in the context of human vital activity socially organized, and not with the individual conscience of man, which is conceived in this case as something derived from the universal spirit. Despite all the flaws in principle of the Hegelian conception, it is not difficult to notice how broad and deep is this formulation of the problem in comparison with those who call ideal everything that is found in the conscience of the person individual and call real or material everything that lies outside the consciousness of the isolated individual, that of which a given individual is unaware although it exists in reality, and, by this means, they establish an insurmountable boundary of principle between the ideal and the material, converting them, forever and ever, in unmediated different worlds, which do not have between yes nothing in common. It is clear that such a metaphysical definition of the ideal and the material prevents and makes inadmissible consider them as opposites. In this case, they are considered only as different. Hegel proceeds from the completely self-evident fact that all the great spiritual culture materially crystallized form of the human race, in whose interior and in relationship with which the individual acquires self-awareness, appears to his consciousness not as the ideal, but as the real and even as the roughly material. 296. It is opposed to the individual as the thought of preceding generations, realized, reified, objectified, alienated, in sensorially matter perceptible, in language and in images visually perceptible, in books and statues, in wood and in bronze, in the shapes of temples and instruments of work, in the constructions of the machines and state institutions, in the schemes of scientific and moral systems, etc. All these objects are material because of their existence, because of their being certain, but by their essence, by their origin, they are ideals, insofar as in them is incarnated the thought collective of men, the universal spirit of humanity. In short, in the concept of the ideal, Hegel includes everything that one century after another representative of idealism in philosophy, although not recognized himself as an idealist, Bogdanov, would designate as the socially organized experience with their schemes, standards, stereotypes, algorithms stable, historically crystallized. Common for Hegel and Bogdanov as idealists, is the representation of that this world of socially organized is, for the individual, the only object that he assimilates and knows, the only object with which he relates and behind which no other reality is hidden deep. It is thus that the world existing before, outside and regardless of conscience and will in general, that is, not only of the conscience and the psyche of the individual, but of the social conscience and the will socially organized, by itself is only taken into account counts in this conception because it has already found expression in the universal forms of consciousness and will, since it is already idealized, it has already been assimilated by experience, is already represented in the 297. Schemes and ways of carrying out this experience, is already included in it. With this turn of thought, characteristic of idealism in general, whether Platonic or Berkeleyan, Hegelian, or of the Carnapist Popperian variant, the material world real, existing before, outside and completely independent of experience, including language, you lose quietly out of sight, and under the name of real world the previously idealized world begins to figure, assimilated by men, already shaped by their activity, the world known to men, as is represented in the existing forms of its culture, whether expressed, represented, in the forms of experience existing human. Precisely this world is considered the only one about which, in general, one can speak articulately, about which one can say something intelligible. This secret of idealism is clearly observed in Hegel's considerations on the ideality of the natural phenomena, in his representation of nature as an ideal being in itself, although it is spoken directly from natural phenomena, actually takes into account the image of him in the concepts and terms of existing physics, contemporary to Hegel, of mechanics Newtonian, since the masses push and press each other and between them there is no empty space, only in this contact begins in general the ideality of matter, since it is always interesting to see the realization of the concept. This realization of the concept consists for Hegel in that at the moment of contact, during the crash, there are two material points or atoms in the same point or in identity, 14, and this means that his being in yes is an other. But being an other without losing his sameness, it means to possess, in addition to the real being, an ideal being. In this consists the secret of the Hegelian idealization of the 298. Matter, of the ideality of nature. In reality, Hegel speaks to us, not of nature in itself, but only and exclusively of nature as it is seen in the mirror of Newtonian mechanics, just as it is represented in the system of a given physical theory, in the system of definitions of him, fixed by his language historically established. By the way, this circumstance explains the vitality of such a kind of semantic approaches. In fact, speaking of nature, we are obliged to use the language existing in the natural sciences, the language of science with its established meanings and understandable to everyone. From here it develops all the sophistry of logical positivism that he identifies with full consciousness the nature with the language in the that is spoken and written about nature, as well as all Heidegger's complicated construction, according to which, the true being appears and exists only in language, lives, as in his own home, in the language, considered as the secret essence of it, its immanent force, his invisible organization, as outside of language simply does not exist. It is not difficult to see that the main difficulty and, therefore, the fundamental problem of philosophy does not consist in differentiate and oppose everything that exists in the consciousness of a particular individual with all that exists outside of that individual consciousness. This, practically, it is not difficult to do it, but in delimiting the world of collective representations, that is, the world's socially organized spiritual culture with all its stable and materially fixed universal schemes of its structure, of its organization, with respect to the real material world, as it exists outside and apart of its expression in these socially legitimized forms of the experience, in the objective forms of the spirit. 299. Here and only here where the difference between the ideal and the real, the material, acquires a serious scientific sense, precisely because, in practice, men they confuse one with the other, take one for the other with the same ease with which they pass what is desired for the real, and everything that they themselves have done and do with things, by the forms of things themselves. In these cases, the simple indication that a thing determinate and the form of the thing exist outside the consciousness, and do not depend on individual will, do not still resolves the question about the objectivity of those in his serious materialistic sense. And vice versa, not everything, nor much less, what men do not know, they become aware, they do not perceive as a form of things exteriors, constitute fantasies, fictions of the imagination, representations that only exist in their heads. Precisely for this reason, the man of common sense, to whose representations Kant appeals with his example of thalers, falls most often into the illusion of taking representations collectively accepted by objective reality, while reality objective uncovered by research scientific, seems to him a subjective fantasy existing only in the heads of the theorists. Precisely the man of common sense, who saw daily how the sun rises for the east and it sets in the west, he was scandalized with the Copernicus's system and he considered it an invention sacrilegious that contradicts the existing facts. Exactly the same thing happens to the pansista who gravitates to the orbit of monetary commercial relations, for whom money is, in fact, the most material of things existent, insofar as the value, which finds in it its external expression, is only an abstraction existing in the head of the theoretician in an exclusively ideal way. Precisely for this reason, serious materialism could not consist, and could not be expressed, in the definition of the 300 ideal as something that exists in the consciousness of the individual isolated, nor of the material as what exists outside that consciousness, as a sensorially perceived form of external thing, like its real corporeal form. Border between one and the other, between the material and the ideal, between the thing in itself and its representation in the social conscience, it could no longer be traced along this line. In this case the materialism was completely powerless against the perfidious dialectic that Hegel discovered in the relations between the material and the ideal, in particular, in the phenomena of fetishism of any kind, beginning with the religious and ending with the mercantile, including the fetishism of the word, of language, of the symbol, of the sign. Actually, both the icon and the gold coin, which same as any word, term or conjunction of terms, are, first of all, things existing outside the consciousness of the individual, of any individual, things sensorially perceptible, possessing properties completely real, corporeal. According to the old classification adopted by everyone, including Kant, these things fall into the category of the material, of the real, with no less right and foundation than stone and flowers, bread and a bottle of wine, the guillotine or the workshop typographic. In this case, unlike these things, they call their subjective images in the head ideals. Individual, in individual consciousness. It is not like this. But this distinction immediately generates diabolical difficulties, fully clarified in the reflections on money made in the frameworks of economics politics. Kant hardly suspected the existence of such difficulties, for his knowledge of this science was evidently very poor, and taken entirely in consideration for the Hegelian school, in its conception on reification, alienation, objectification of universal representations. As a result of 301. This process, which takes place completely spontaneous behind the back of individual conscience, that is, without any intention, the individual is opposed in the form of external things, the representations groups of men who have nothing at all in common with corporeal forms sensorially perceptible, in which they are represented. Thus, the name Pedro, due to his corporeal form sensorially perceptible, does not at all resemble the Pedro real, to the man who is named like that, nor to the sensory perceptible representation of Peter who on it other people have. You can't do it here find isomorphism, homomorphism, or other similar morphisms. They just don't exist. The same relation exists between the gold coin and those goods, merchandise, that can be bought with it, whose representation is precisely the gold coin or, later, paper money. The currency is not represents itself, but an other, in the same sense in which the diplomat does not represent himself, but to the country that gives him plenipotentiary powers. The same occurs with words, symbols, or signs verbal and with the conjunction of such signs and their scheme syntactic. Precisely this relationship of representation, in which a sensorially perceptible thing, without ceasing to be it itself, performs the role or function of representative of something different, or more exactly, of nature universal of this other thing, that is, of an other not similar to it from the sensory corporal point of view and that at the same time, he acquires a new plane of existence. In the Hegelian terminological tradition, this relationship received the title of ideality. It is not difficult to understand that it is not a whim arbitrary semantics of Hegel and the Hegelians, but of the terminological designation of a very 302. Important, even if Hegel did not understand it properly to the end. The ideality, for Hegel, begins only there where the thing sensorially perceptible, maintaining itself as such, becomes representative of an other, wherever there is other the becomes the form of its being, hence, it illustrates the ideality with the image of impulses, of contact, of mediation although in the case of the impulse the body is ideal only at one point, at that very point at which merges with another body. After the terminology Hegelian scholasticism, hides a very important, in principle, discovered only by Marx in the course of his analysis of mercantile fetishism and the money form of value, of the monetary form of expression, that is, the representation of the value. In Capital, Marx consciously uses the term the ideal with the formal meaning conferred on it by Hegel and not with that of the pre-Hegelian tradition, including the Kantian one, although his theoretical philosophical interpretation of the circle of phenomena that in both cases are called equally ideals is diametrically opposed to the Hegelian. The meaning of the term the ideal in Marx and Hegel is one and the same, but the concept, that is, the way of understanding, of the ideal is profoundly different. He concept, in logic dialectically interpreted, is synonymous with understanding the crux of the matter of the essence of the phenomena with respect to which use that term. Karl Marx, like all true theoreticians, did not like to change the historically established meaning of the terms, the existing nomenclature of phenomena. Instead, by using it accurately and rigorously, he proposes a substantially different interpretation and, even, contrary to the traditional interpretation of the phenomena in question. In this he differs from the theoretical who admit and present as discoveries. 303. Pure scientific changes of terminological garb of the old truths, the invention of new terms that do not contribute in the least to the increase in knowledge, to the determination of the concept. Let us note that the neopositivists, who by principle identify the determinations of the concept with the determinations of the term, resolve in their own way the problem of the ideal, stripping, in essence, of all scientific sense to this important category, relegating the contrast between the ideal and the material to the range of metaphysical distinctions, that is, in his language, pre-scientific and anti-scientific. When analyzing money in Capital, this category of social phenomena so well known to all and, at the same time, so enigmatic, Marx formulates the following definition: Der Preis oder die Geldform der Waren ist, wie ihr Wertform überhaupt, in von ihrer handgreiflichen Körperform unterscheiden, also nur Ideal oder Vorgesetzte Das Kapital, Dietz Verlag, 1969, s. 110. Ideal is called here nothing more and nothing less than the value form of the products of labor in general, ihr Wertform überhaupt. For this reason, the reader, for whom the term the ideal is synonymous with what is immanent to consciousness, only in the representations of men, only in its imagination, it will simply misread the thought expressed here and will form an idea of Marx false, which has nothing in common with your understanding true. In such a case, the text would be read in such a way that, capital, this is nothing other than the form of value of the organization and development of the productive forces, the way of functioning of the means of production, exists, for Marx, only in consciousness, only in subjective imagination of men, and not in fact. 304. It is clear, however, that such an understanding of the gist of the matter, is more of a follower of Berkeley and not from a materialist. According to Marx, the ideality of the value form consists in the fact that it constitutes a psychic phenomenon, existing only in the cranial cavity of the owner of goods or the theoretical, but that, in this case, as in many others, the visible corporeal form of the thing, pg, of the coat, is only the form of expression of a thing completely different, the canvas as value, with which that has nothing in common. The value of the canvas is represented, expressed, embodied in Levite form, and the shape of the coat is the ideal or represented shape of the canvas value. As a use value, the canvas is a thing sensory different from the frock coat, as value is something similar to the frock coat and presents exactly the same physiognomy. In this way, the canvas obtains a form of value other than its natural form. Your valued being is expressed in its resemblance to the frock coat, just as the carnal nature of the Christian is reflected in his resemblance with the Lamb of God. It is a completely objective relationship, and therefore it is completely independent of the will of the owner of merchandise and is established outside his consciousness, within which the natural form of commodity B becomes the form of the value of commodity A, or well, the body of the commodity B becomes a mirror of the value of the merchandise to the plenipotentiary representative of his nature of value, of the substance that in both cases is embodied. For this reason, and for no other, the value form is ideal, that is, it represents something completely different from the visible corporeal form of the thing in which it is represented, expressed, embodied, alienated. 305. What is the other that is represented here or voiced? The conscience of man? His will of him? No way. It is precisely the reverse. The conscience and the will of men are determined by the subjective ideal form in which he is represented, expressed, a determined social relation of the own men, which acquires before his eyes the fantastic form of a relationship between things. In other words, what is represented here is the form of the activity of the men, the form of vital activity carried out jointly by them, a way that is established in a manner completely spontaneous, behind the conscience and which is fixed corporeally as relations between things, as thing. It is precisely thus, and not otherwise, that the ideality of the thing is created, and its sensorial character supersensory. The ideal form is here really contrasted with the consciousness and the individual will as the form of the thing external, remember the Kantian thalers, and is perceived, necessarily, as a form of the external thing, but not as its sensible corporeal form, but as the form of another thing equally corporeal and perceptible represented in her, expressed in her, embodied in her, different, without however, from the corporeality of both, which has nothing in common with his physical nature. Sensorially perceptible. What is embodied and represented here is a determined form of work, a determined form of human object activity, that is, the transformations of nature made by social man. At this point the solution of the secret of the ideality. For Marx, ideality is nothing other than the form of social activity represented in the thing. Or, at conversely, the form of human activity represented as a thing, as an object. The ideality is the peculiar imprint that prints on nature, socio-human vital activity, is the way. 306. In which the physical thing works in the process of activity socio-human life. For this reason, the things included in the social process acquire a new form of existence, an ideal form that is not found in its physical nature and is completely different from it. Here's why you shouldn't talk about ideality there where there are no men to produce and reproduce their material life, that is, individuals who collectively carry out their work and who, for this reason, inevitably have consciousness and will. But this does not mean, in mode any, that the ideality of things is a product of his conscious will, which is immanent in the consciousness and that it exists only in this consciousness. Precisely the opposite occurs. Consciousness and will of individuals are presented as functions of the ideality of things, as conscious ideality of things. Ideality has a nature and a provenance purely social. It is the shape of the thing, but existing outside of it, in the activity of man, as a way of this activity. Or conversely, it is the form of the activity of the man, but outside of this man, as a form of the stuff. This is what determines its mysterious character and constitutes the enigma that serves as the real basis of all kinds of idealistic constructions and conceptions, both on the man as over the world existing outside of man, from Plato to Carnap and Popper. The ideality escapes always to the theoretical construction metaphysically unilateral. It is enough to verify it as a form of the thing so that he immediately irritates the theorist by his immaterial character, functional, because it is exclusively the shape of the pure activity, actus purus. But conversely, enough set out to establish it as such, purged of all traces of materially tangible corporeality, so that, in immediately, this purpose is radically unrealizable. 307. After such a purification nothing would result but the emptiness transparent and amorphous. In reality, and Hegel understood this very well, it is absurd to talk about an activity that is not carried out about something determined, that does not incarnate in something corporeal, even if it is only in the word, in the speech, in the language. If such activity existed, it would not be like reality, but only as possibility, as potentiality, that is, not as activity, but as its opposite, as not activity, as absence of activity. For this reason, the spirit, according to Hegel, as something ideal, as opposed to the world of forms body, cannot, in general, carry out reflection that is, to become aware of the forms of their own structure, if it is not previously opposed to itself with itself, as an object different from itself, as a thing. For the absolute spirit this would be so impossible to achieve as the desire of a beautiful woman to revel in her own physiognomy without a mirror in which she can see herself same as hers another of hers, as an image existing outside of yes. Her eyes do not see themselves, but only the other, even if this other is other eyes, it is his own reflection in the mirror. It is no coincidence that, referring to the form of value as ideal form of the thing, Marx appealed to the image of the mirror. In a way, what happens to man happens to goods. Since he does not come into the world equipped with a mirror, nor philosophically proclaiming like Fichte, I it's me, is only reflected, from the outset, in his similar. To refer to himself as a man, the man Peter has to begin by referring to the man Pablo as his as well as his. And by doing so, this Pablo is for him, with hair and marks, with his Pauline corpority the form of manifestation that the gender of man has. Here Marx makes an unequivocal parallel between his theory of the ideality of the value form and the 308 understanding of ideality in Hegel, which he takes into tells the dialectic of the becoming of self-consciousness collective of mankind. Indeed, Hegel understood the situation much more broadly and deeper than the Fichtean philosopher, establishing that the spirit, before being able to examine himself, his being another, reaching in this examination his own ideality pure, understanding itself as activity pure. Hegel fully understood that ideality, as pure activity, is not given and cannot be given directly as such, in all its purity and transparency, but is assimilated only through of the analysis of their incarnations, through their reflection in the mirror of the system of things, of their forms and relationships, created by the activity of the pure spirit. By you will know its fruits, there is no other way to do it. The ideal forms of the world are, according to Hegel, the forms of pure activity carried out in some material. If they are not made of a tangible corporeal material, it is impossible for the acting spirit itself perceive them, know them, and become aware of them. For discerning the ideal forms is essential refi them, that is, convert them into forms and relations of things. Ideality exists and has to be determined solely as a reified or reified form of the activity that becomes the form of an object, of a thing, tangible corporeal existence outside of consciousness, but, in any case, as a transcendental psychological scheme of consciousness, as an internal scheme of the I that is difference to himself within himself, as occurs in the case of the Fichtean philosopher. As an internal scheme of the activity of consciousness, as an immanent scheme of consciousness, the ideality can only have fictitious existence, spooking. It becomes real only in the course of its reification, of its objectification, and de-objectification, of its 309. Alienation and overcoming their alienation. It's not difficult to notice, compared to the conception Fichtean Kantian, how rational and real is this conception, capable of grasping the real dialectic of the evolution of self-awareness of men and to cover the phases and real metamorphoses in the course of which and only in it exists the ideality of the world. Precisely for this reason, Marx subscribes to the Hegel's terminology and not that of Kant and Fichte, who set out to solve the problem of ideality, or that is, of the activity, delving inside the consciousness, without going out into the outside world, corporeal, sensorially perceptible, the world of forms and corporeal and tangible relationships of things. Such a Hegelian definition of the term ideality encompasses the entire circle of phenomena within which exists really the ideal, understood as a form bodily incarnated from the activity of man's social, as an activity, as a moment of this activity, as his ephemeral metamorphosis. In general, without understanding this circumstance, it would not have been possible to orient oneself in the miracles that realizes before men the commodity, the mercantile form of the product, especially in its dazzling form money, in the form of the famous real thalers, the real rubles or real dollars, things that, considered with a modicum of theoretical soundness, are not represented as real, but as entirely ideal, things that, being completely material, corporeal and tangible, they acquire their meaning, their function and role, from the spirit, of thought, and even owe to it the specific form of its corporeal existence. Out of the spirit and without spirit there are no words, there are only vibrations in the air. The mysterious character of this category of things, the secret of his ideality, of his sensorial character. 310. Supersensory, was exposed for the first time in the course of the analysis of mercantile fetishism, of wave commodity form, of the value form, of the product as typical and fundamental form of the series of things, as purely ideal form. The mysterious character of the mercantile form lies, therefore, purely and simply, in that it projects before the men the social character of their work as if were a material character of the very products of his work, a natural social gift of these objects, and as if, therefore, the social relationship that mediates between the producers and the collective work of society were a social relationship established between the same objects, margin of its producers. This quid pro quo is what converts the producers of labor into commodities, into physically metaphysical objects or into social objects. Is something like what happens with the luminous sensation of a mirror in the visual nerve, which appears as if it were not a subjective excitation of the visual nerve, but the way material from an object located outside the eye. And yet in this case, there is really an object, the external thing, which projects light onto another object, onto the eye. Is a physical relationship between physical objects. Instead, the shape merchandise and the relation of value of the products of the work in which that form takes shape, it does not have absolutely nothing to do with his physical character or with the material relationships that derive from this character. Precisely for this reason, Marx characterizes the form commodity as an ideal form, that is, as a form that does not has nothing in common with the actual bodily form, tangible part of the body in which it is represented, that is, reflected, expressed, reified, objectified, alienated, realized, and only by means of which, exists and possesses being certain. This form is ideal because it does not include a single atom of the body in which it is represented, as 311. It constitutes the form of another body. This other body concurs in a material, bodily way. Bodily is at a completely different point space, but only ideally, in such a way that it is not no atom of it is present. The chemical analysis of the gold coin does not reveal in it a single molecule of bitumen and vice versa. However, precisely because of its weight and by its brilliance, the gold coin expresses, the hundreds of jars worth of shoe polish. And, of course, this act of representation is not realized in the consciousness of the shoe polish salesman, but out of conscience in any sense of the word, outside the head, in space from the market and without the seller having the minimum suspicion about the mysterious nature of the form money nor the essences of the price of bitumen. Can spend money without knowing what it is. For this reason, the man who employs with full mastery of his native language to express the circumstances more complex and delicate vitals, would be in a difficult situation if it occurred to him to know the relationship existing between the sign and the meaning. He knowledge that he could extract from the works of linguistics, from the current state of the science, what I would put myself in the situation of the centipede that, unwisely, try to determine which leg is with the one that begins to walk. We will have to thank God due to the fact that such a kind of thing remains outside of conscience. Likewise, the obstacle that gives rise to all the efforts of philosophy, consists precisely in the circumstance that the ideal forms, such as the form of value, the forms of thought or the form syntactic, have always arisen, have been established and have been developed into something completely objective, independently of all consciousness, in the course of processes that do not take place in the head, but always outside of it, although not without its participation. 312. If the matter were presented otherwise, the idealism of Plato and Hegel would not be, in reality, more than a mistake to an extremely bizarre degree, an absurd delirium, unworthy of minds of such magnitude and influence. The objectivity of the ideal form is not a delusion of Plato and Hegel, but a fact that was stubborn, completely indubitable, very evident, of which every person is aware. A fact around which brains were racked thinkers of the dimension of Aristotle and Descartes, Spinoza and Kant, Hegel and Einstein, without referring to others thousands of lesser thinkers. Idealism is not the effect of an elementary error of a naive schoolboy who imagines a terrible vision there where there is nothing. Idealism is the sober observation of the objectivity of the ideal form, that is, of the fact of its existence independent of the will and consciousness of individuals in the space of human culture, verification that, however, remains without the corresponding scientific rational explanation. Idealism is the confirmation of this fact without its scientific materialist explanation. In such a case, the materialism can consist only in the explanation of the fact and not in ignoring it. Formally, this fact is observed precisely how they represented it. Thinkers of the line of Plato, despite their evident incorporeality, there is an objective form of movement of physically tangible bodies. Incorporeal form that governs the destinies of fully corporeal forms, which determine their being or not being. Shape as sole incorporeal, though powerful, of things. Way to be preserves itself in different incarnations corporeal and does not coincide with any of them. Shape on which it cannot be said where precisely exists. It exists anywhere and nowhere at particular. In any case, it does not exist in Ivan's head. 313. Ivanovich or Pyotr Petrovich, although it also exists in they. Precisely the understanding of the form of value in general as a purely ideal form gave the possibility to see Marx, for the first time in the history of economics politics, to establish precisely the existing difference between the material forms of relationships between men, linked to each other in the process of production of material life completely independent of their conscious intentions, of their wills or consciences, and the ideal expression of these relationships in the forms of your conscious will, goal-oriented, that is, in the ideal configuration stable that Marx called objective forms of thought. It is the same differentiation that exists between the material relations and ideological ones, on whose importance would insist Lenin in 1894. As is known, Lenin links to the latter the juridical relations, policies, and political state established among men, objectively formed in the shape of the corresponding institutions, the organs of power state and expressed in the party structure politicians and other social organizations, and previously, in the church as an institution, with its rigorous hierarchy, in the system of customs and rituals, etc. All these relations and the corresponding institutions, while ideal forms of expression of material relations, economic, they do not exist, of course, in the head, in the inside the brain, but in the same real space of the vital human activity, in which relationships exist, economic, materials of production. This is the reason why, so often, these relationships are confused with each other. Relationships are seen where there are only legal forms that regulate, and vice versa, and, for example, it mixes in a way. 314. Inexcusable. Such is the case of economists before Marx. The value with the price, that is, a material fact economical with its own ideal expression in the material monetary. The purely ideal form of expression of a fact material was taken by the economic fact itself material, by value as such, by value in general. Meanwhile, there was not the slightest doubt about that value as such, regardless of its ideal expression in the price. It is only a fiction, invented by the classics of the theory of value for the work, existing only in the heads of Smith, Ricardo, and Marx. It is based on this conception and continues to be based until our days. Vulgar political economy popular, beginning with John Stuart Mills and ending with John Keynes, who replaces the analysis of the real material, economic relations and their forms immanent by the search in the sphere of images purely ideal of these relations, represented objectively in everyday and evident things, such as money, drafts, actions, investments financial, that is, in the relationships sanctioned by the legal norms and the conscious interrelationships that these admitted between the agents of production and circulation capitalist. From here one automatically obtains a view of economic relations as relations purely psychic, which in the language of economics vulgar means ideals. Thus for Keynes, value is a myth, a word empty. In reality, exists only the price of the market. Therefore, the interest rate and all the categories similar are only in a high degree, phenomena psychological, and the crisis of overproduction is a simple consequence of the violation of the delicate balance of the spontaneous optimism. When assessing the prospects of 315 investments, we must therefore pay attention to the nerves, to the inclination of hysteria and, even, to the stomach indigestion and reaction to change of time of those, whose spontaneous activity they depend to a large extent. 19. Here is a consequence of understanding popular of the relations between the material and the ideal. One conclusion can be deduced from the above: popular materialism, with its naive understanding of the ideal and the material, when facing a problem scientific concrete, in this case, of political economy, that requires a learned philosophical differentiation, dialectical, between the one and the other, it becomes, hardly realizing of it, in a very pure subjective idealism of the type Berkeleyan Macchianist. Such is the punishment and just for him materialism that despises the dialectic. When fighting against dialectic as if fighting Hegelianism, inevitably falls into an idealism infinitely more petty and trivial than the Hegelian. Exactly the same goes for that materialism there where he faces the problem of the so-called objects, ideals or abstracts of mathematical knowledge. In the mathematics in general and, in particular, in the works dedicated to its philosophical gnoseological foundation, for some time it has spread widely from the point of view of the reflection theory. What do you know called ideal in this case? What is taken into account? Use this word. It is not difficult to persuade oneself that this concept encompasses the most important objects of knowledge: mathematical, topological structures, numbers imaginary of the type of negative root units, the regularities observed in the natural succession of numbers and other things like that. In short words, everything that current mathematics studies. This fact serves basis for the widely held assertion that 316. Contemporary mathematics, unlike the mathematics of other times, generally investigates precisely, and only, the ideal, the world of ideal objects. Supposedly, the ideal is its object of unique and specific study. It is understood that the representatives of the neopositivism have not missed the opportunity to employ this circumstance as an additional argument against the materialism, against the thesis that mathematics, as all science, investigates the real material world, even if it does from his specific point of view. And it is necessary to recognize that non-dialectical materialism, naive, popular, is frankly inconsistent here and falls into a difficult situation, in a dead end. The cause of it is their naive interpretation of ideality. In fact, if by the ideal is meant that and only that which is found in the conscience, in the head of the man, that is, a certain purely mental phenomenon, psychological or psychophysiological, open wide the doors to the subjective idealistic interpretation of the object of study of contemporary mathematical knowledge, and capitulation to the joint forces is inevitable. Neopositivism, Husserlianism and other currents related. For, in such a case, a deadly syllogism is obtained, if it is true that contemporary mathematics studies ideal objects and these, as has been admitted, are found in consciousness and not elsewhere. There can be no doubt that contemporary mathematics investigates only events that take place in the consciousness and only in consciousness, only in the head human, and not in the real world existing outside the conscious and out of the head. Of course, it is always possible to manage to say that mathematicians, reflecting on the object's ideals, take into account, without realizing it, something very different from what philosophers take into account. 317. Namely, the objective material world of phenomena, natural and socio-historical, only expressed with an inaccurate term. But this would be a game that it would only lead to even greater difficulties. This issue is not solved so simply, and it would be necessary to explain to mathematicians what is in fact hidden behind this name. If they are told, say, that the topological structure is, in fact, a completely material and non-ideal object, as they used to think, there is a risk that any man competent in mathematics is left perplexed. He will answer, without a doubt, that the structure topology, and not only it, is a mathematical image and not material reality itself, and will add that the philosopher should better orient themselves to the differences between objects, materials and mathematical constructions. The mathematicians will be right on this point, since they know well that in the world of phenomena sensorially perceptible, in the world of physical phenomena, it is useless to look for the structure topological. Likewise, they understand very well that consider the topological structure in a phenomenon exclusively psychic, as the subjective idealism and in particular, the solipsism methodological of Rudolf Carnap and the followers of him, means committing an unforgivable sin, denying the objective and necessary significance of the constructions of mathematical science and, in general, of all natural science. So, Karl Popper will say that the world of ideal objects of contemporary science is not the physical world nor the psychic world, but a certain third world that exists in a mysterious way next to those, so that it differs from both. Of the world of physical phenomena observed in synchrophasotrons, the oscillographs and other ingenious instruments, this third world is differentiated by its evident incorporeality and 318. its purely intelligible character, insofar as, from the world of psychic phenomena, would be distinguished by its equally evident self-organization and independence with respect to both the psyche of the particular individual, as the collective of such individuals, that is, by their peculiar objectivity and necessity. Surely, such an explanation will seem to the representatives of contemporary mathematics much more convincing and acceptable than that which starts from the positions of primitive, spontaneous, and alien materialism to dialectic. For non-dialectical or pre-dialectical materialism, the situation presented here is simply tricky and insoluble. And, in this case, the only philosophical position capable of defending the honor of materialism consists in resolutely give up the old understanding metaphysics of ideality and in resolutely embracing the dialectical conception elaborated by Carlos Marx in the course of the critical materialist reworking of the dialectic Hegelian, which started from the admission of the ideality of the same phenomena of the external world, existing outside and before the presence of the man with his head. And afterwards, even more specifically, in the course of the positive solution of the problem of the value form and of the proof of their difference of principle with respect to their own value, of the solution of this typical case of contradiction between the purely ideal form and its own material origin. Also at this point it is extremely interesting and current in our day's Capital, a work in which this problem is solved in a brilliantly dialectical way and, moreover, completely concrete, both on the plane general philosophical, as well as in the special economic plane, on the level of philosophically correct differentiation between the ideal form of expression of the economic fact real and the actual material fact itself. 319. The completely rational understanding of the ideal, purged of all mystification, as the ideal form of the real world, material by its substance, was reached by Karl Marx, in general, in the course of overcoming critical constructive of the Hegelian conception of ideality and, in particular, when solving the question of the form of value in the course of the critique of economics politics, that is, of the classical theory of value through labor. The ideality of the value form is the most typical case and characteristic of ideality in general, and for this reason, the Marx's conception of the form of value can demonstrate concretely all the advantages from the point of view materialist dialectic on ideality and on the ideal. The form of value is understood in Capital precisely as a reified form, represented or revealed as a thing, as a relation of things, of the life activity of man. This form is represented directly before us as an incarnation corporeal, physically tangible image of some other cannot be a physically perceptible body, another thing or substance, understood as being, as matter physically graspable. The only alternative is here admission of a certain incorporeal substance, and philosophy classical suggested in this regard a solution completely logic. Such a strange substance can only be the activity, the pure form-creating activity, actus purus. But in the sphere of economic activity, this substance was naturally deciphered as work, as physical work of man that transforms the body physical nature, and value was interpreted as work done, as the embodied act of work. Precisely for this reason it was in political economy where scientific thought took a first, decisive step in the solution of the essence of ideality. Smith and Ricardo, men far removed from philosophy, clearly saw 320. At work the substance of the enigmatic value determinations. However, despite having been understood in the aspect of the substance, the value remained equally indecipherable in the aspect of form. The classical theory value for labor could not clarify why the substance is expressed precisely in this way and not otherwise. The classical bourgeois tradition was not very interested in this question, and C. Marx clearly demonstrated the cause of his indifference to this issue. The theoretical deduction of value starting from its substance, it was a task whose solution it was outside the possibilities of bourgeois science. As a result, the ideality of this form, as before, it remains something mysterious and mystical. Since, as it were, the theorists collided noses with mysterious properties, physically imperceptible in that way, they returned again and again to the well-trodden path of interpretation of ideality. Of it the representation about the existence of certain ideal value atoms, recall the monads Leibnizians, the insubstantial and unextended quanta of the spiritual substance. As an economist, Marx was helped with this problem. The circumstance of not having been so naive in philosophy like Smith and Ricardo. Seeing in the Fichtean conception Hegelian view of ideality as pure ideality, a mystifying abstract description of real work, physically perceptible, of social man, of the process of physical transformation of physical nature accomplished by the equally physical body of man, Marx obtains the key theory for understanding the ideality of value. The value of the thing was presented as the work reified of man, and, consequently, the form of value turned out to be nothing other than the reified form of that work, the form of human vital activity that appears to man as the form of the thing. 321. Transformed by him. The solution to the riddle of ideality is enclosed in the fact that the form of value it is not, in any way, the form of the thing by itself, that is, of the thing in its natural determination, but the form of human social work, or else, of the activity creator of forms of social man embodied in the substance of nature. The materialistic interpretation of this fact offers the completely rational solution, factual, of the mysterious mystical determinations of the value form as ideal form. The ideal form of the thing is not the form of the thing in yes, but the form of human vital activity, but existing outside this activity, as a form of the thing abroad. And conversely, it is the shape of the thing but outside of the thing itself, precisely as the form of the activity vitality of man, in the interior of man. Since in its developed stages the activity life of man is always oriented towards an end, that is, has a conscious and volitional character, ideality presents itself as a form of consciousness and will, as law that governs the conscience and the will of man, as objective coercive of volitional conscious activity. That is why it is so easy to represent the ideal exclusively as a form of consciousness and self-awareness, exclusively as schema transcendental of the psyche and of the will that performs it. If this were so, the Platonic Hegelian conception of ideality would seem only an illicit projection of the forms of consciousness and will, forms of the thought, about the outside world, while the criticism of Hegel would be reduced to reproaching him for having ontologized and hypostasized the forms purely subjective aspects of the human psyche, that is, having taken them by determinations of the world existing outside the individual consciousness. From this it would logically follow that all categories of thought, quantity, 322, measure, necessity, essence, etc., are only ideals, that is, only psychological schemes, transcendental aspects of the subject's activity and nothing more. Marx, of course, had a conception completely different, according to which all logical categories, without exception, are just forms idealized, that is, converted into forms of the activity life of man, first of all, external, objective sensory and later spiritual, of existence of objective reality, of the external world, and not projections of the forms of the psychic world over the physical world. As it is easy notice, this conception makes its deductions theoretical in a completely opposite order. The Marxist interpretation of ideality is based, everything, in the materialist conception of the specificity of the human social relationship with the world and of its difference of principle regarding the relationship of the animal with the world, to the purely biological relationship. The animal forms an immediate unity with its vital activity. It is indistinguishable from her. It's her. The man makes his vital activity of him the object of his will and his awareness. This means that the activity of the animal is directed only to external objects. Instead, the activity of the man addresses not only them, but also the own forms of his vital activity. This directed activity itself is what classical German philosophy represented as a specific peculiarity of the spirit, as reflection, as self-awareness. In Marx's reasoning cited, precisely because having been taken from his early works, is not underlined still strongly enough a moment of cardinal importance, which precisely differentiates its position of the Fichtean Hegelian understanding of the reflection, of the relationship with oneself as with the other. Therefore, the cited idea can be understood in the 323. Sense that man acquires a new level of life vital activity, precisely because he possesses consciousness and will, non-existent in animals. However, the matter is presented fairly to the reverse. Consciousness and will appear in man only because he, unlike the animals, already has a peculiar plane of vital activity, directed to the appropriation of specifically social forms, purely social by their origin and essence and, therefore, not biologically encoded in it, of vital activity. The animal, at birth, has before it the outside world. The forms of his vital activity are innate to him along with the morphology of his body, and he does not need to develop a peculiar activity to appropriate them. The animal only requires the exercise of forms of conduct reified in it. The development of it consists solely in the development of his instincts, of his innate reactions to things and situations. The medium only corrects this development. Something very different happens in man. At birth, the human creature has before him and, outside himself, not only the outside world, but the entire extraordinarily complex of culture, which demands from it ways of behavior that in his body are not encoded genetically, morphologically, they are not present in any way. It is not a question, in this case, of correcting schemes made of conduct, but to assimilate ways of vital activity that in general, have no relationship with the biologically necessary forms of reaction of his body before things and situations. Them and it even refers to conduct directly related to the satisfaction of biologically innate needs. The need for food is biologically encoded in man, but the need to eat it with the help of the plate and spoon, knife and fork, seated at the table, etc., is as little innate as the syntactic forms. 324. The language in which he learns to speak. In relation to the morphology of the human body, these are conventions as pure and external, as the rules of the game of chess. These are pure forms of the outside world, existing outside the individual body, that, in order to become man, the child will have to transform into forms of his individual vital activity, in schemes and modes of its activity of him. This world of human social forms of vital activity is opposed to man since he is born, more precisely, to the biological organism of the genus Homo sapiens, as an immediate objectivity to which he is obliged to adapt his conduct, all actions of his organic body. As an object to whose appropriation adults direct all their activity. The existence of this specifically human world of things created by man for man, that is, of things whose forms are reified forms of the vital human activity, of work, and not forms inherent in his own nature, is a condition of his consciousness and his will. And never the other way around. Awareness and the will do not constitute a condition and a budget of this peculiar world, let alone its cause. Consciousness and will, which arise in the psyche of the human individual, are a direct consequence of the fact that he is opposed to it, as the object of his vital activity, not nature as such, but nature transformed by previous generations, configured by human labor, that is, nature in the forms of human life activity. Consciousness and will become necessary forms of the psyche there and only there where the individual sees himself forced to direct his own organic body, orienting himself not by the natural organic requirements of that body, but by the demands that come from outside, by 325. The rules accepted in the society in which he is born. Only under these conditions, the individual is obliged to differentiate from his own organic body. Our rules are not passed on at birth, through the genes, but rather they are imposed from outside, they are dictated by culture and not by nature. Only here does the relationship appear, unknown to the animal, of man with himself, as a singular representative of another reality. The individual human is obliged to maintain his own actions under the control of the rules and schemes that he must assimilate as peculiar objects to convert them into rules and schemes of the vital activity of his own body. At first, these rules and schemes run counter to the man precisely as external objects, as forms and relations of things, created and recreated by the human labor. By assimilating the objects of nature into the forms created and recreated by human work, the individual for the first time becomes man, representative of the gender, whereas, previously, he was only a representative of the biological genus. The existence of this purely social inheritance of forms of vital activity, that is, of the inheritance of forms theirs that, in any case, are transmitted through the genes, through the morphology of the organic body, but only through education, incorporation into the existing culture, through the process in which the organic body of the individual becomes plenipotentiary representative of the genus, that is, of all the specific group of men linked to each other by social relations, only, we say, the existence of this specific relationship is what brings to life the consciousness and the will as forms specifically human of psyche. Consciousness, properly speaking, arises only where the individual is forced to see himself as from 326. Outside, as if he did it with the eyes of another man, of all men, where he is compelled to compare his individual actions of his with the actions of another man, or that is, only in the framework of the vital activity carried out jointly. Only in such case, the will is required as the ability to forcibly subdue trends and motives proper to a certain law, to a certain requirement that is not dictated by the individual organic body, but by the organization of the collective body, of the collective established around a common task. Solely and exclusively in such circumstances, does the properly ideal plane of vital activity, unknown for the animal consciousness and will are not causes of the appearance of this second plane of relations of the individual with the outside world, but only forms his psychic expression, in other words, his effects. However, these are not random forms, but of necessary forms of its appearance, of its expression, of its realization. We will not undertake a broader examination of the consciousness and the will, and its relation to the ideality. At this point begins the special sphere of psychology. Instead, the problem of ideality in its general form, equally significant for the psychology and linguistics, as well as for all disciplines socio-historical, goes beyond the limits of psychology as such and should be examined independently of the details of the purely psychological level of research, such as that of political economy. Psychology is forced from the circumstance that, between individual consciousness and objective reality, there is a mediating link, culture historically established, which constitutes a presupposition and a condition of the individual psyche. It is about the economic and legal forms of relations between men, the established forms of daily life, the 327 forms of language, etc. For the individual psyche, for the conscience and the will of the individual, this culture directly presented as a system of meanings, reified and opposed to them in the form completely objectual, as a reality not psychological, outside the psychological. Leontiev especially emphasizes this circumstance, in its functional significance for psychology. In this way, meanings refract the world of consciousness of man. Although the bearer of meanings is the language, language is not the demiurge of meanings. Behind the linguistic meanings are hidden the modes socially elaborated, operations, of action, in which of course men change and no reality objective. In other words, in the meanings is represented the ideal form, transformed and converted into matter of language, of the existence of the objectual world, of their properties, links, and relationships, put up to date discovered by the totality of social practice. Thus, meanings by themselves, that is, abstracted from their functioning in individual consciousness, there are so few psychological, as the socially known reality that is behind them. Precisely for this reason, the conversion of the problem of ideality in a psychological problem, and even worse, psychophysiological, leads materialistic science to a dead end, because, in such a case, one tries to discover his secret poking around inside the cranial vault, in the material relations between neurons and not in the real space in which the ideal arises and is realized, not in the space where the history of the real interrelationships between social man and nature. This is as absurd a claim as the purpose of determine value form through chemical analysis gold or bank note, just as that form is presence to sight and touch. In both cases it is the 328 Same fetishism, of the same attribution to natural entities of what, in fact, does not belong to them as such, but only to the forms of social relations of the man with man. Fetishism is the crudest, most primitive and absurd form of idealism, the one that attributes to itself all the attributes of the spirit to a piece of wood decorated with shells and feathers. It is a fetishistic behavior that does not differ in any way from the behavior of the animal that treats to lick and bite the electric lamp that serves him, in the skillful hands of the experimenter, of signal delivery of food. For the animal, as for the fetishist, the lamp and piece of wood are not signs, significations of something else, but a physical part by excellence of the physical situation that determines their behaviors directly. Likewise, the Chinese mercilessly shake their clay idol if it does not wish to descend the rain on their fields. The enigma and the solution of idealism lies precisely at this point, in the peculiarities of the psyche that, in the composition of the certainty sensory perceptible and existing outside the brain, it is unable to differentiate two different categories and even opposed in principle, the natural properties of things, on the one hand, and, on the other, those properties theirs that are not given to them by nature, but by the human social work embodied, performed, or achievable, in these things. This is precisely the point where they merge directly contrary, such as the crude materialism naive, that is, where the identification takes place of the material with the ideal, and vice versa, identification that does not have its origin in the great intelligences of Plato or Hegel, but precisely in the lack of intelligence that makes you take everything thoughtlessly what exists outside the head, outside the psyche, for what? 329. Material and calls ideal everything that is found in the head, in the conscience. It is precisely in this way that Marx understands the essence of such confusion, of which English political economy does not could get rid of in the preparatory manuscripts of the Capital. He writes, the flat materialism of the economists, who consider natural properties of things the productive social relations of men and the determinations that these things acquire subservient to such relationships, is tantamount to idealism equally flat, or even to fetishism, which he attributes to things. Social relations as determinations immanent of his end, in this way, mystifies them. Really scientific materialism, unlike the flat materialism, does not consist, in this case, in declaring primary and call matter everything that is outside of the individual's brain, nor, from the opposite angle, in declaring secondary and naming the ideal everything that is in the head. Scientific materialism consists in the faculty of establishing a frontier of principle in their composition, things and phenomena sensorially tangible and perceptible, in the ability to see precisely in these things and phenomena the difference and the contradiction existing between the material and the ideal. Precisely this materialism forces us to conceive this difference, not as the understandable difference for each son of a good neighbor among the real and imaginary thalers, dollars, rubles, yen, but as the difference much deeper, which lies in the very nature of the human social activity, in its differences of principle, both with respect to the vital activity of any animal, as with respect to the vital activity of one's own human organism. In the composition of the ideal plane of reality, includes only and exclusively what has been created by 330. The work in the man himself and in the part of the nature in which he lives and acts, that which, every day and every hour, from the moment in which man exists, produces and reproduces by its own social activity, that is, therefore, a transformative activity, oriented to an end. For this reason it is impossible to speak of the existence of an ideal plane in animals, as in man civilized, developed in a purely biological way, without depart from the meaning of this word strictly established by philosophy. That is why, despite the undoubted existence of the psyche in the animal and, even, maybe from a few flashes of awareness, which is very difficult to deny with respect to domestic dogs, it is impossible to attribute to it an ideal plane of activity if one has a minimum of culture. The man seizes the ideal plane of his vital activity solely and exclusively in the course of becoming familiar with the ways in which historical development of social activity, only of together with the social plane of existence, with culture. Ideality is nothing more than an aspect of culture, a dimension, determination, property, of yours. In relationship with the psyche, with the psychic activity of the brain, the ideal is a reality as objective as the mountains and trees, like the moon and the starry sky, such as metabolic processes, in the body itself organic of the individual. For this reason, and not because of the foolishness of the idealists, men, not only philosophers, confuse the ideal with the material and, in fact, take the one by the other. Philosophy, even Platonic Hegelian, is the only way to clarify this naive and panpsychistic confusion, although precisely the panpsychist is the one who boasts the most about the superiority of his sensible judgment on the mystical constructions of Plato and Hegel. 331. Idealism is not a fruit of lack of reflection, but the legitimate and natural fruit of a world where things they acquire human properties and men lower themselves at the level of a material force, where things are endowed of spirit and human beings are deprived of it. As M. Lifshitz accurately formulates in his book on Marx and D.T., the philosophy of art in Karl Marx, the commercial fetishism, and all specific expressions that are derived from it at a more concrete stage of analysis economic, is something really existent, constitutes the product of a real metamorphosis. The objective reality of ideal forms is not an idle invention of the cunning idealists, as it seems to pseudo-materialists who know, on the one hand, the outside world and on the other, only the aware brain, or consciousness as a property and function of the brain. This pseudo-materialism, despite its good intentions, sink your feet into the same mystical swamp of fetishism in which his opponent gets bogged down, idealism true to its beginning. It is no longer a question of the fetishism of wood, of idol of bronze or of the logos, but of the fetishism of the nerves, neurons, axons, acids deoxyribonucleic acids, which actually contain within themselves so bit of ideality like a stone thrown on the road. As little of ideality, as little value possesses the diamond that still remains in the bowels of the earth, no matter how big and heavy it is. Another very different thing is the brain polished and returned to create by work. Only this brain becomes organ and, even more, plenipotentiary representative of ideality, from the ideal plane of life activity inherent exclusively to man. In this consists the true scientific materialism, able to orient itself in the problem of the ideal. When Marx defines the ideal as the material transposed to the human head and transformed into it, 332. Takes into account precisely the human head and not an organ of the body of an individual of the species Homo sapiens, placed on men by the goodwill of Mother Nature. Many materialists they often forget this difference. In the head, understood in a naturalistic way, that is, as examined by the doctor, the anatomist, the biologist, the physiologist of higher nervous activity, the biochemist, etc., has not existed, does not exist and will never exist anything of ideality. The only thing that can be found in such head are the material mechanisms that, with their complex dynamism, guarantee the activity of man in general, including activity on the ideal plane, the activity in correspondence with an ideal plan. The ideality is really linked to the consciousness and the will in a necessary way, but in a way some as imagined by the old materialism pre-Marxist. Ideality is not an aspect or a form of manifestation of the conscious volitional sphere. On the contrary, the conscious volitional character of the psyche human being is a form of manifestation, an aspect of the ideal, its psychic expression, that is, an aspect of the ideal plane, arisen socio-historically, of the relations of man with nature. Ideality is a characteristic of things, but it is not of its natural configuration, but of those determinations of his that owe their existence to work, to the transforming creative activity of man, at his goal-oriented object activity. The ideal form is the form of the thing created by the human social work, or conversely, it is the form of work realized, incarnated, alienated, in the substance of the nature and, for this reason, it is present before its own creator as a form of the thing itself or as a relation between things, relationship in which they have been placed by the 333. man, for his work, and that they had never contracted by themselves. Precisely for this reason, man contemplates the ideal as an objective reality existing outside of itself, outside of the eye of him and of his head. For this reason and only for this reason, so often and easily confuses the ideal with the material, the forms and relations of the things that they were created by man for shapes and relationships nature of these things, and the social and historically put on them, by properties natural and innate theirs, by forms and eternal and invariable between things, by relations dictated by the laws of nature. This is the cause, and not the foolishness or ignorance of the men, of all the idealistic illusions of the type Platonic Hegelian. For this reason, the theoretical refutation philosophy of objective idealism, of the conception according to the which the ideality of things precedes their material being and constitutes its cause, could only be realized in the form of a positive conception of the actual, objective, role of the ideal in the process of man's social activity that transforms natural material, including the organic body of man, his morphology biologically innate, his hands and his brain. In the work process, man, remaining as a natural being, he transforms both external things like his own natural body, gives a new shape to the natural matter, including matter from its own nervous system and its center, the brain, turns it into medium and organ of his vital activity oriented to an end. For this reason, man from the beginning sees the nature, matter, as the material in which embody its objectives and as a means for the realization of his purposes. That is why he sees in nature, above all, what accommodates this role, what plays and he can play the role of means for the realization of his 334 objectives, that is, what, in one way or another, has already incorporated into the process of his goal-oriented activity. Thus, at the beginning, man pays attention to the sky crashed exclusively because it constitutes a natural calendar and compass, instruments of his vital activity of it, and notices its properties and regularities natural only insofar as these are properties and regularities of the material on which he performs his activity and that he is obliged to take them into account as an objective component of his activity. Precisely for this reason, man takes the results of his transformative activity, the forms and relations of things established by himself, by which forms and relations of things by themselves. From here fetishism stems from any matrix and gender, one of whose variants has always been and is philosophical idealism, the doctrine that conceives the ideal forms of things, or that is, the forms of human activity embodied in things, as forms without premises, eternal, primordial and absolutes of the world, and that takes into consideration everything the rest, that is, all the real diversity of the world, in the extent to which he has entered the orbit of work, has been converted into a means, instrument and material of the goal-oriented activity, has been refracted through the great prism of the ideal forms, of the forms of human activity has been represented in them and configured by them. Therefore, the ideal exists only in man. No, there is nothing ideal outside and apart from it. But the man is not understood, in this case, as an individual particular with his brain, but as the set of all social relations that are established between men around a common task, around the process of social production of their lives. The ideal exists precisely inside man thus understood, insofar as he this interiority are all things. 335. Mediators of the individuals who produce their life socially, the words of the language, the books, the statues, temples, clubs, television towers and, above all, the tools of work, from the hatchet to stone and spindle needle up to automated factory contemporary and technical electronic computing. Precisely in these things there exists the ideal as vital activity of the social man objectified in the material natural, as a subjective activity that transforms and goal-oriented. And not inside the head, the brain, as some well-known materialists think purposeful, but philosophically uneducated. The ideal form is the form of the thing existing outside of she, namely, in man, in the form of his vital activity, in the form of objectives and needs. Or, conversely, it is the form of the vital activity of man existing outside of he, namely, in the form of the thing created by it. The ideality by itself exists only in succession, and the change of these two forms of their outer incarnation and without coinciding with any of them taken separately, exists only through the uninterrupted process of transformation of the form of activity into the form of thing, and vice versa, from the form of the thing to the form of the activity of the social man. If one were to try to identify the ideal with one of these two forms of his immediate existence, would disappear at instant. Only a body would remain completely material and a bodily function of that body. The shape of the activity as such is the schema of the action exterior of the human material organism, of the body unique to man, encoded in the nervous system, in complex neurodynamic stereotypes and brain mechanisms. Nothing ideal will be found inside that body, no matter how hard you try find him. In turn, the shape of the thing created by the man, separated from the process of social vital activity. 336. Of the process of exchange of substances between man and nature, is simply the material form of the thing, the physical form of the outer body, and nothing more. So the word separated from the organism of human coexistence, it is just an acoustic or optical fact. By herself, it is as little ideal as the brain of man. The ideal only exists in the movement that leads to the mutual encounter of two opposite metamorphoses, in the mutual, dialectically contradictory transformation of the form of the activity and the form of the thing. This is the reason why only materialism dialectic was able to solve the problem of the ideality of the things. 337. The concept of the abstract object, ideal, 1968. In Problems of Dialectical Logic, Materials for Symposium, Alma-Ata, Nauka, 1968, pages 62 to 77. Translation into Spanish from Russian, Alvaro Paralita. In recent years he often appears in literature on logic, and especially on the so-called science logic, the term abstract object. We consider that this unconvincing term corresponds very closely little with the understanding of the problem of the abstract and the concrete that is proper to the dialectical tradition in what regarding logic. The following text is an attempt to analyze precisely under what logical assumptions philosophical concepts must be constructed and introduced into the language of logic, this, in our opinion, absurd concept. To this end, the author starts from the determinations of the concepts abstract and concrete already studied and based on a series of works such as, for example, in an article on the concepts of what abstract and the concrete in Marx's Capital Issues Philosophy, 9, 1967. The existence of a special category of objects abstract or ideal side by side with a world of objects empirically given concretes was rejected by Marx as a consistent materialist and empiricist, showing that the need to introduce such a category is a kind of inevitable punishment for deficiency, decay, and one-sidedness, the abstract, of the factual empirical reality. 338. The inconsistent empiricist, of the Locke type or Wittgenstein, who places at the base of his thought the representation of singular things or atomic facts independent of each other, thus establishes the fact equally empirical and self-evident of their interdependence in the form of empirically studied relationships between them within one or another totality, but in the form of abstractions. In other words, the empiricist's consciousness fixates on form of abstraction that materializes in its concrete and singular manifestations the decisive role of the whole in relation to its own parts, the role of which he at first abstracts himself as from an imaginary object devised by old-fashioned philosophical metaphysics. In reality, the situation of multilateral dependency between singular elements imaginarily connected each other is a real situation that has long been expressed by the rationalist philosophy in its categories, the tradition of Spinoza-Leibniz-Fichte-Hegel, a tradition opposed to the narrowly empirical conception, which starts from the individual and the individual concept. The determining role of the whole in relation to its own parts, the point of view that starts from the whole to after arriving at the comprehension of its parts, it was always the ground on which the dialectic was cultivated. The opposite conception, which starts from the representation that in the beginning there are individuals, Greek, atoms, in neopositivist language, atomic facts, autonomous, totally independent of each other, that is, logically indivisible units of the universe that then they join into more or less random complexes according to their internal nature and that they remain unalterable and identical under this union to how they were before of it. This conception has always been and will be a terrain in which no dialectic can develop, a ground on which she immediately withers. 339. On the contrary, here the conception according to which together with the world of individuals there is also a special world of models, of abstract objects that form different complexes of individuals and individual concepts, the sphere of the mystical, as Wittgenstein defined it. The empiricist fixes, after all, the fact of the dependence of the parts on the whole precisely in the form mystical, in the form of dependence on the singular concrete with respect to the universal abstract. That is why the universal is inevitably mystical, for the determinations of totality cannot be mainly obtained, and this is also attested by even formal logic, by fixing those general features possessed by each part of this totality studied separately, each of its integral elements, as well as the representation of a house cannot be obtained from the traits of each of its bricks. This situation, which is of universal importance logic, it follows very well in the concept of value, as well as in the concept of value the determining role of the whole with respect to its parts it appears precisely in the form mystical, so that it is not the abstract that is property, aspect, feature, or moment, of the concrete, but on the contrary, the sensible concrete becomes the manifestation, in the fictitious hypostasis of the universal abstract. In this absurd mystical form he presents himself, just as only Marx managed to demonstrate, precisely because he started from a dialectical conception of logical categories, the role determinant of the collective aggregate forces of social totality in relation to each individual work, particular and partial, creator of individual products, particular and partial. 340. In the form of value, of abstraction, it appears in the reality the social character, that is, universal concrete of the job. The illusion that concrete phenomena appear as various means of crystallization of some abstraction, of some universal abstract, is given under fully determined conditions, that is, not always and not everywhere. When we come across a situation reciprocal dependence between parts within a whole easily contemplated, be it the mechanism of a clock or a small group of working people who share an obligation between them, there is simply no place for such an illusion. Here it is clearly seen that the separate pieces depend on each other, and following detail the full sum of interdependencies between parts we will also understand the whole. Not here there is no place for any kind of special abstract object, nor does the need to invent it appear. This is due to the fact that the abstract object is a fiction after which there does not lie a concrete concept of totality, that is, the whole as a means of interaction between parts remains hidden from us. If we are to deal with production within the limits of the communal regime, that is, with the work of people who make up a group immediately perceptible, it is then obvious that the elements singularities of this totality depend only on each other, that between them is divided one and the same work, one and the same concrete and determined activity. In this case, individual labor forces only act, from their origin, as organs of the force of collective work. Marx K. Engels F. Selected Works, T.13, p. 20. In other words, the universal concrete crystallizes here in the form of concrete and individual persons and gives no mysticism nor any universal abstract. 341. Another situation occurs when within some totality things or people are related to each other concrete, immediately independent of each other others, autonomous and isolated, that exist by themselves same. The objective and real formation, that is, universal concrete, the organic totality that takes place here manifests itself only as a result obtained from the interaction of parts or atoms originally independent of each other. But as long as this independence is purely imaginary, while in reality from the very beginning these parts are formed and linked together precisely as the totality demands and perform precisely the roles and functions that said totality dictates, then this real interdependence presents itself in its corresponding fictitious form, in the form of some abstraction that dictates from the outside to these parts their mode of union within the totality. The totality manifests itself here under the guise of an accessory and external abstraction to said parts only because it has not been studied in the content of each one of these pieces the determination that converted them from the principle precisely in such pieces of the whole concrete given, abstraction has been made of it, the pieces they have abstracted from it from the beginning. In other words, in the examination of each element individual have been consciously omitted all the particularities thanks to which these elements fulfill their rigorously defined role or function. This means that the item in question has been determined abstractly, that the act of abstraction has eliminated the most important and essential thing that makes said element precisely an element of the totality given in question, the concrete determination that binds it to the concrete totality. 342. This determination omitted at the beginning reappears then in the form of mystical abstraction and externally accessory, as a totality that dictates to the elements concrete their determination and their role in the movement. The same thing happens with the value. Labor reflected in exchange value is presupposed as the work of an individually isolated producer Evald. That is to say, it is presupposed as in truth never has been, is not, and cannot be, for he from the beginning and all the time its social work unevenly divided between different producers who only conceive themselves as originally isolated. Really, the way of working carried out by each one of them has been imposed by a spontaneous totality and, therefore, misunderstood by them, that is, by a division universal concrete of social work in a series of particular and partial operations. But if the real starting point is made a fiction, it is that is, a representation about the independence originating from the elements to each other, then the real dependency that has always existed between them, but that has been deliberately ignored, is then conceived also as a fiction, as a special abstraction. This dependency has not been fixed in the composition of the elements, for this reason it is necessary put her in through the back door. From this it follows that the multilateral interdependence of individuals among themselves manifests itself and expresses itself through labor actions particular, independent of each other, isolated and of in no way accommodated to each other previously. This is expressed in such a way that the particular work takes the form of its opposite, that is, of work in immediately social form Evald, or, in other words, concrete labor is here transformed into the form of 343. Manifestation of its opposite, of human work abstract Evald. On this basis the expression absurdly originates mystique that the concrete becomes the form of manifestation, in one, hypostasis of the abstraction. However, in this mystical form it is expressed a totally real situation of things, namely, the real mutual dependence of all individuals on each other, the social character of the work of each one of them. The universal concrete interaction of the elements also appears under the aspect of the universal abstract, in form of abstract object, of value. In this way everything is turned upside down, reversed head to toe and you get the opposite perception. And, to tell the truth, what is typically considered concrete work has long ceased to be concrete. The work itself, out of fantasies abstract, has become an extremely abstract, has become partially, one-sided and mechanically simple. It has ceased to be the living activity of the individual given, concrete and unrepeatable, and it has been turned into a simple learned movement schematically, in an assortment of operations totally standardized, abstract and impersonal. Here the following happens, inserted in the given system of relations characteristics of the great machinery of the mode of capitalist production, the concrete individual begins to function within it precisely by following the role that it assigns it, the role of cog, the role of component standardized abstract. Your activity becomes literally in the abstract, that is, in partial, one-sided, mechanical and degrading. Precisely because his activity, as well as that of each one of your neighbors, has become really abstract, so she is strongly linked to another activity equally. 344. Abstract. Caught in the nets of dependency objective, this abstract individual also falls inevitably in the networks of illusions relating to his own existence. These objective relations of dependency, in antithesis personal relationships of dependency, a relationship objective dependency is nothing other than the relationships who have become independent and who face to apparently independent individuals, that is, their relations of production become autonomous in relation themselves, appear in such a way that individuals are governed by abstractions, whereas before depended on each other. Marx and Engels Archive, T. 4, Moscow, 1935, p. 103. The individuals, bound hand and foot by chains of objective relations, that is, by the forces of own concrete reality of their mutual relations that they do not see, that they do not understand, of which they are not aware, these individuals continue to understand themselves as concrete individuals, although the process that catches them in their course has long since transformed each of them into an individual extremely abstract, in the executor of operations unilaterally. Standardized particulars and partials, in weaver, tailor, baker, turner, or manufacturer of abstract oils. All other types of concrete individual, exception of the purely professional, from the point of view of the process as a whole become something completely inessential and indifferent, unnecessary, and therefore that atrophy in what they already were and do not persevere in what they can still become. This is also in connection with the well-known phenomenon of alienation, which leads to the depersonalization of the individual, to the loss of personal relationship of the individual both with respect to another. 3-4. 5. Individual as well as the world in general, to its transformation in a fully standardized figure, in a scheme, in an abstract image. And if the individual image, only imaginarily concrete and de facto reduced to the abstractly one-sided and schematic, he has the impression that they wield power on his fate. Certain impersonal abstractions, abstract objects, abstract patterns, stereotypes, abstracts that dominate him like a slave, like a puppet, then indeed, as Marx demonstrated, what that unites this individual to others is his own abstraction, the one-sided schematism of his own vital activity, which demands its own realization in schematism equally abstract from the activity of another individual. Just as the screw has no meaning without the nut, without the screwdriver, without the wrench and without a hole in the to be introduced, so neither does the turner make sense without the baker, nor the baker without the foundry, nor the foundry without the turner, etc. The universal concrete dependency that binds these individuals in a single totality manifests itself through the realization of an abstract individual through another equally abstract individual, though in a different way, through all other individuals, who are in themselves abstract substances. And only the totality of individuals abstract forms the only real concretity of the human existence, the human essence. This non-true concreteness occurs in the consciousness of each abstract individual in the form of the mystical force of an abstraction, of the power of the abstractions, which replaces the personal and concrete form of mutual dependence between individuals. In reality this is nothing other than strength and power of the authentically concrete in his understanding. Marxism, that is, of the totality of social relations inside the social organism, beyond the slave. 346. Abstract of the division of labor, that is, beyond the unilaterally developed partial individuals. Here the individual is truly a slave to abstraction, but not of the mystical abstraction situated outside of it, but of its own abstraction, that is, of partial schematism, degrading and impersonal of his own vital activity, of his work of him under a detailed analysis of the subjective dialectic concerning the transformation of concrete work, and of individual who performs it, in abstract work, and in the type individual who carries out this form of work, was dissipated all the mysticism of valor, of this abstraction that is embodied in the body sensibly concrete of the thing and of the man. And here all the cunning unfolds in its entirety dialectic of current representations, which are not at all account dialectic, on the abstract and the concrete. If, as was customary, it is called an individual concrete to the singular individual sensibly perceived and concrete work to the particular work that this individual performs, at the same time that this one has long since been transformed by the force of objective dialectic into an abstract individual, in the subject of abstract work. Then it turns out that the concrete is the form of manifestation and embodiment of the abstract. And as long as in the lexicon of a person who does not manage with dialectical logic the abstract is synonymous with the ideal, synonymous with concept, then from here it is extracted very coherently the conception according to which over the world, or, at least, over the social world, reigns the concept, the idea, the thought. Precisely for this reason, the empiricist who grumbles "I don't know what about Hegelianism" in logic ends up being slave to the same fundamental deviations from Hegelian idealism as soon as it comes up against the fact. 347. Of the dependence of the parts and elements in the interior of some organic totality, with the fact of determining role of this totality in relation to its own parts. Here the abstractions begin immediately, the abstract objects, the fictions, even the essential the entelekweis and other nonsense mystics. This is the totally inevitable end to the logic of empiricism. To tell the truth, the starting point of thought according to this logic, it is not the concrete understood as a everything organically divided inside, like a unity of the diverse, but as a diversity completely indefinite, like a multitude of individuals with no boundaries drawn in any way. When these indeterminate individuals are abstract some traits common to all of them, discovering in this task the understanding of the empiricism, it turns out that instead of understanding we simply find the description in terms abstractions of isolated facts previously misunderstood. For the common traits proper to the individuals of one or another type, class, or genre of they in no way come to characterize such type, class, or genre, and these remain a mysterious X. Let's say that a person wants, using logic of empiricism, to understand a totality not too complex as a radio can be. To carry this out he will be obliged, being faithful to said logic, to place before his intellectual perception not this concrete totality called radio, but a multitude of pieces, of copies individual members of the class of radio components and strive to extract with the help of an abstraction something common between them. This person will seek the universal. 348. Abstract that every radio possesses in the same way, a valve, a capacitor, a diode, a switch, etc. It is evident that from the abstractions obtained in this way can never be achieved even an approximate representation of the totality in which if the listed components do not exist and work. For in the abstract common traits possessed by the triode, the speaker coil and the switch of the tuning forks in no way expresses the specific universal concrete interrelation between them. For this reason, even the most complete enumeration and finished off the common traits possessed by all components of a known whole, be it a radio or a group of people dedicated to a common task, can bring us not 1 millimeter closer to understanding said universal concrete task that is divided here between isolated components, between things or people singular and sensitively perceptible. All this universal concrete, the interdependence between different elements of a given whole and specifically concrete, will appear later in the consciousness of the empiricist as an immediate abstraction, as an abstract model based on whose demands isolated components are arranged and combined into one or the other totality. This abstraction must be forced into from outside, and not from the study of elements. Because? Well, just because in the course of this study of the elements, focused on the revelation of the common abstract between them, precisely these elements have turned their backs on, they have abstracted from, that moment within each one of them that expresses this bond universal concrete of the totality. In the structure of each element, of each fact singular, the logic of empiricism recommends bringing to light only the universal abstract precisely within which the 349 specificity of the given element, as an element of it everything, and not of any other, is extinguished. This means that each element from the very beginning has been studied extremely abstractly, that is to say, in an extremely one-sided and partial The inevitable climax to all this is the abstraction that characterizes the totality, but no longer related to the study of each element, of its specificity. From here is born the representation of the abstract object, of the abstract, ideal, model that through its power connects totally insignificant and indifferent elements each other in a unity, in an organic whole. And the fact that they call this mystical abstraction concept, entelequia, idea, or form of language, form of the framework of language or model is of all irrelevant point. For abstraction, which represents the totality, is no longer conceived under the prism of the empirical research and the analysis of the elements, of singular phenomena, but under another completely different lens, under the lens of logical construction, of the modeling, etc. This is inevitable, since universal determinations, abstract images of the totality, cannot be obtained as of abstract determinations of each element of this totality taken separately as if they were abstractions in which they were reflected the property or trait common to all elements without exception, to each of them. Those determinations are not found at all in this string, but in the facts empirically testable, intervene through the differences, and contradictions, of these facts individual, and not through what is common in them, that is to say, they intervene through their own contradiction. For this reason, the attempt to justify any universal abstract determination of a concrete system. 350. Of singular facts, of phenomena, of things, of people, of individuals in general, in the form of universal common determination to all individuals, to each of them always ends in a dead end. In this form, such determinations simply do not, they are justified, they are not verified, but rather the contrary, they are disproved firmly. But while without them, without universal abstract determinations, it is impossible any theoretical scheme of understanding facts concrete, singular, even the most rigorous empiricist is forced to accept them, although he does so reluctantly, placing them under the heading of fictions, although essential. This is how Captain Conrad Schmidt justified the concept of value and thus justify the outdated adherents of logic of empiricism, the neopositivists, the concepts currents of electron, quantum, and so on. K. Marx and F. Engels were always forced to divulge, arguing with such a class of theorists, that value is not an abstract object existing by separated from obvious empirical facts, but rather an abstract determination of a concrete object, that is, of the totality of relations of production between people mediated by things, although in the composition of the singular values she does not intervene as universal abstract determination identical to each of these values within each unique specimen, of each concrete according to the empiricist's understanding. Very close on the contrary, Marx and Engels showed, this determination universal abstract of the concrete whole in the composition of each separate instance of value springs, in essence, from a dialectical way. Through differences between them that are become extreme to the point of contradiction and even direct opposition between various isolated cases that make various, and contradictory, determinations, different forms, of this value. Value in general is not. 351. Reflected in the various singular merchandise through the same form, neither by the same feature nor by the convergence of identical features. This is not at all thus, in a commodity an abstract moment is reflected, and in the other moment, just its opposite. A merchandise is in relative form and another in form of equivalent. And the analysis of the contradictions of the value form, which is given empirically under the aspect in ways that contradict each other, and logically and mutually exclusive, initially in the form of splitting of the world of commodities into merchandise and money and then capital and force of work, etc. Gives all the meaning to the analysis Marxian. If Marx had attempted to solve the task of formation of the concept of value in general by way of reveal the same, identical, traits possessed by both the canvas merchandise as well as the frock coat merchandise, both the commodity labor power as the commodity factory or the commodity gold, then he could not have provided exactly nothing more than determinations nominals of the concept of value. The issue here was not about the explanation of the implicit content of the term, but about the analysis of the concept of value. Therefore, the path of abstraction is totally different. It is not about the futile and endless comparison of gold with the canvas, nor of both with the labor force, the land, etc., with the aim of discovering the common abstract between them, but from the analysis of contradictory forms of manifestation of value in the course of successive phases development of relationships between different merchandise, between commercial values, beginning from the simple, individual, situation canvas frock coat and ending with the developed forms of representation. 352. Of one commodity into another, of one commodity into its directly opposite. Already in the first phase of evolution of the forms of value Marx discovers the dialectic of the abstract and the concrete, the situation in which the concrete is wholly partial, and the particular type of work, weaving, represents abstract labor, labor in general. Result that abstract labor is reflected by a type of particular and partial work, more specifically, the making. Here the confection, in all its corporeality immediately and sensibly perceptible, in all its concretity, enters into the relationship as all-powerful representative or substitute of the abstract work. Abstraction in this case is synonymous with full of partiality, that is, of particularity and even of singularity of this type of work. And the matter does not essentially vary when this role of substitute gold begins to occupy it, and more specifically, the gold digger. This type of work totally concrete, with all its particularities bodily conditioned, begins to intervene as work in general as abstract work preserving all the traits of his corporeality, of his particularity. Gold ends up being the excellent representative of abstraction, of the abstract object. Gold represents this object precisely through its particular natural concrete corporeity, and the abstraction represented in it, the universal abstract, is intermingling, identifying with the concrete form and noticeably perceptible. Gold becomes a mirror that reflects its value, its essence to each merchandise. The essence here is that a commodity is also simply a particular instance of job abstract that creates a particular product, abstract. By 353. Gold is the material existence of abstract wealth. Marx K. Engels F. Selected Works, T. 13, p. 107. And most importantly, this reduction of any kind from concrete labor and its product to concrete labor abstract has not been realized at all in ahead thinking, but in the reality of the economic process. This reduction appears as an abstraction. Is without, however, an abstraction that is carried out daily in the social process of production, and for this reason it is not a greater abstraction, nor less real, moreover, than the conversion of all organic bodies into air. K. Engels F. Selected Works, T. 13, p. 107. The equating of any concrete product to gold, to this abstract form, to this abstraction materialized reveals the hidden secret to the empiricist, demonstrates the truth that each type of concrete work it has long since been transformed in essence into abstract work, and that its essence does not consist in the fact that produces an oil painting, a coat, or books, but in that it produces value, produces this abstraction. The concretity of labor and its product has been turned here simply into a mask, then that abstraction sets to dance to the sound of its mystics' dances in the carnival of commercial relations. This concretity has become pseudo-concrete, a appearance, in the clothing noticeably perceptible of the abstract. The abstraction of each particular type of work and its product consists precisely in the fact that this work creates a extremely partial product, incomplete and unilateral, that has no meaning of its own outside of multilateral interdependence with all others' products, in that it is a fragment of the total product, concrete. 354. In this sense, all isolated work produces what abstract, and, thus, it is itself abstract, in the most accurate and rigorous analysis of this logical concept. The concrete product, is produced only by the collective and diversely divided work of the people, only by the full collective of the countless multitude of isolated abstract works, united around this common task by the silent forces of relationships market. The mystery of value, unsolvable for the empiricist and his logic, is solved like this without all that mysticism. No type of isolated work is, under the understanding Marxism, a concrete and sensible manifestation of the abstraction, of this ghost taken out of him. The thing consists in the fact that he himself, despite all the concretity of him sensitive and bodily, it is not autonomous, but schematic and standard, impersonally simple, that is, this work is reduced to a simple learned movement that is repeated mechanically and therefore requires neither intelligence nor a developed individuality, but only the submission enslaving to an abstract standard, to a pattern, to a scheme. And this abstraction of his is reflected in the mirror of gold. In gold, any work finds the image visible of its own essence, for gold is precisely the partial and fragmented product that does not possess by itself no meaning at all and which acquires its function of universal image of wealth only through of its relationship with the innumerable bodies of the world of the goods. The product of labor takes over the nature in a completely one-sided way, tearing from the bowels of it a single element chemical and abstracting from everything else. The abstract object, gold in its function of universal equivalent, is the best example of such an object, is an isolated real object, extremely poor, extremely mean. 355. Extremely miserable compared to the rest of the wealth of the material world, crude and purged of all the rest. And it is not at all a logical construct or a special model object, conceptualized instead of perceived, ideal, incorporeal, invisible, intangible and all the other absurdities invented by the empiricists, who remain stuck in a dead end with their understanding of the abstract and the concrete, of the universal and the particular, of the partial and the total. The concrete object is variously divided in itself, is rich in historically formed in the total object, is similar not to a single isolated body, but to a living organism, to a socio-economic formation and the ways that with this organism arise. 357. The Concept of Ideal, 1977. Source: Problems of Dialectical Materialism, Editorial Progreso. Transcription: Andy Blunden. Spanish translation from English: Look. Before discussing the concept itself, we must examine first the terms ideal and ideality, that is, we must first define the range of phenomena to which these terms may apply, without yet entering into analyze its essence. Even this is not an easy task because, both the use in general and scientific use in particular, are always something derived from that same understanding of the essence of the question whose exposition intends to serve our definition. This difficulty is by no means exclusive to case at hand. It always comes up when they discuss rather complex issues about which we do not there is a generally accepted interpretation and, inconsequently, there is no clear definition of the limits of the object being discussed. In such cases, the discussion about the point in question turns into a discussion about the meaning of the term, the limits of a designation particular and, therefore, on the formal attributes of the things to look for in an exam theory of the essence of the matter. Returning to the theme of the ideal, it must be recognized that the word ideal is used today mainly as a synonymous with conceivable, as a name for phenomena immanent to consciousness, represented phenomena, imagined or thought. If we accept this connotation quite widespread, we would deduce that it does not make sense speak of any ideality of the phenomena that 358. They exist outside of human consciousness. Given this definition, everything that exists outside of consciousness and is perceived as existing outside of it is a material object and only material. At first glance, this use of the term appears to be the only reasonable. But this is only at first glance. Of course, it would be absurd and quite inadmissible from the point of view of any kind of materialism talk about anything ideal in which you are not involved no thinking individual, thinking in the sense of mental or brain activity. Ideality is a category inseparably linked to the notion that, the human culture, human vital activity, has a purpose and therefore includes the activity of the brain, human consciousness and will. This is axiomatic and Marx, by contrasting his position on the ideal with the Hegel's vision, writes that the ideal is nothing other than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into thought forms. The capital, Epilogue. It does not follow from this, however, that in language of modern materialism the term ideal is equivalent to existing in consciousness, let it be the reserved name to phenomena situated in the head, in brain tissue, where, according to the ideas of modern science, the awareness. In capital, Marx defines the form of value in general as purely ideal, not for the fact that only exists in consciousness, only in the head of the owner of the merchandise, but for completely opposite reasons. The price or the monetary form of the value, as any value form in general, is ideal because it is totally distinct from the palpable and corporeal form of the merchandise in which is presented, we read in the chapter on money. Capital, Volume I, pages 98-99. 359. In other words, the form of the value is ideal, even though exists outside of human consciousness and regardless of her. This use of the term may be confusing to the reader. Accustomed to the terminology of informative essays on materialism and the relationship of the material with the ideal. The ideal that exists outside the head and consciousness of people, as something completely objective, a reality of a special kind that is independent of its consciousness and his will, invisible, impalpable and sensibly imperceptible, it may seem to you something that it is only imagined, something supersensible. The more knowledgeable reader may perhaps suspect that Marx unnecessarily flirts with terminology Hegelian, with the semantic tradition associated with the names of Plato, Schelling, and Hegel, representatives typical of objective idealism, that is, of a conception according to which the ideal exists as a world's special form of incorporeal entities, ideas, that is outside and it is independent of the human being. Will lean towards reproach Marx for an unjustified or incorrect use of the term ideal, from the Hegelian hypostasization of the phenomena of conscience and other deadly sins, too unforgivable for a materialist. But the question is not so simple. It is not in absolutely a question of terminology. As the terminology plays a very important role in the science, Marx uses the term ideal in a sense close to the Hegelian interpretation only because contains much more meaning than understanding popular pseudo-materialist of the ideal as a phenomenon of consciousness, as a purely mental function. The problem is that intelligent, dialectical, idealism, the idealism of Plato and Hegel, is much closer to the it is true that popular materialism of the superficial and vulgar, what Lenin called stupid materialism. In it. 360. Hegelian system, albeit in an inverted form, was expressed theoretically the fact of the dialectical transformation of the ideal in the material and vice versa, fact that not even suspected by stupid materialism, stuck in the crude opposition non-dialectical of things outside the consciousness and things within consciousness of what material and the ideal. The vulgar understanding of the ideal cannot imagine what insidious traps the dialectic of these categories in specific cases. Marx, on the other hand, who had gone through the school of evidence of the Hegelian dialectic, discerned this defect of the vulgar materialists. The materialism of him had enriched with all the achievements of thought philosophical from Kant to Hegel. This explains the fact that in the Hegelian notion of the ideal structure of universe that exists outside the human head and outside consciousness could see, not just nonsense idealists, not simply a philosophical version of the religious tales about God, and this is all the vulgar materialism sees in the Hegelian conception, but an inverted idealistic description of the actual relationship of the mind with nature, of the ideal with the material, of the thought with being. This also found its expression in idealistic terminology. We must, therefore, briefly consider the history of the term ideal in the development of classical philosophy German from Kant to Hegel, and the lesson that the intelligent materialist, i.e., dialectical, Marx could draw from this story. It all started when the founder of philosophy German classic, Immanuel Kant, took as his starting point departure from the vulgar interpretation of the concepts of the ideal and the real without suspecting what pitfalls such they raised. 361. It is notable that in his critique of pure reason Kant does not formulate your understanding of ideality, but use this term as an already established predicate that does not requires no special explanation when he defines the space and time and speaks of the transcendental ideality of it. This means that things have a determination space-time only in consciousness and thanks to the consciousness, but not in themselves, outside and before their appearance in consciousness. Here ideality is understood clearly as a synonym for pure nature and priori of consciousness as such, without external connections. Kant does not attribute any other meaning to the term ideality. On the other hand, the material element of cognition is achieved through sensations, which assure us the existence, and only that, of things outside of consciousness. So, all we know of things in themselves is that they exist. The ideal is what exists exclusively in consciousness and thanks to the activity of consciousness. And conversely, what exists solely in consciousness is characterized as the ideal. Clear and simple. A perfectly fine distinction, popular. And what he comes to say is that none of the facts that we know and are aware of in things, their color, their geometric shape, their taste, their causal interdependence, can be attributed to things same. They are all mere attributes provided by our own mental organization, schematism, and not attributes of things. In other words, the ideal is everything we know about the world, except the mere fact of his existence, his being outside of consciousness. This latter is non-ideal and therefore inaccessible to consciousness and knowledge, transcendental, alien. Therefore, the awareness of the fact that things, apart from everything, they also exist, outside of consciousness, adds nothing not at all to our knowledge of them. And is this interpretation which Kant illustrates with his famous example. 362. Of the thalers. One thing, he writes, is to have $100 in the pocket, and quite another is to have them only in the consciousness, only in the imagination, only in dreams. It is, that is, from the point of view of popular usage, only thalers ideals. In Kant's philosophy this example plays a very important role. Important as one of the arguments against the call ontological proof of the existence of God. His argument is as follows. From the existence of an object in consciousness cannot deduce that the object exists outside of consciousness. God exists in the consciousness of people, but it does not follow that God exists of fact, out of consciousness. After all, there is everything kind of thing on people's conscience. Centaurs, witches, ghosts, dragons with 7 heads. With this example, however, Kant places himself in a very difficult situation. For example, in a neighboring country in which that the currency was not the thaler but the ruble or the franc, it would have been explained to him simply that he did not have in the pocket true thalers but only pieces of paper with symbols that only carry an obligation for the Prussian subjects. Therefore, only if one recognizes as royal that which is authorized by the king's decrees Prussian by his signature and seal, the example of Kant proves what Kant wanted to prove. But yes, for him on the contrary, one has a somewhat broader notion of the real and the ideal. His example shows just the opposite. Far to refute, he actually affirms that very proof ontological which Kant declared to be a typical example of the erroneous inference of the existence of a prototype outside of consciousness from the existence of the type in the awareness. The opposite is true. Kant's example could have asserted the ontological proof, wrote Marx, that he held a much more radical atheist position than Kant in relation to God. And he continued, the real thalers. 363. They have the same existence as the imagined gods. Has a real thaler any existence except in the imagination, if only in the general imagination or rather common of the human being? Take the paper money to a country where the use of paper is unknown, and all they will laugh at your subjective imagination. The reproach leveled at Kant does not derive, of course, from a desire to change the meaning of the terms ideal and real after the Hegelian fashion. Marx bases his argument in the verification that a philosophical system that denotes as real everything that the human being perceives as a thing that exists outside of his own consciousness, and as ideal everything that is not perceived outside of consciousness, not can draw critical distinctions between illusions and the most fundamental errors of the human race. It is very true that the real thalers do not differ nothing of the gods of primitive religions, of the coarse fetishism of the savage that he adores, just like his god, an absolutely real piece of stone, an idol of bronze or any other similar external object. The wild does not at all consider the object of his worship as a symbol of God. For him this object in all its raw sensibly perceptible corporeality is God, God himself, and not a mere representation of him. The very essence of fetishism is that it attributes to the object in its immediately perceptible form properties that in fact do not belong to him and that do not have nothing in common with its external appearance appreciably perceptible. When such an object, stone or bronze idol, etc., ceases to be considered as God himself and acquires the meaning of an external symbol of this God, when is perceived not as the immediate subject of the action that attributed to it but merely as a symbol of another thing outwardly that in no way resembles the symbol. 364. Then the consciousness of the human being takes a step forward on the path of understanding the essence of things. For this reason Kant himself, and Hegel is completely agree with him on this point, consider that the Protestant version of Christianity is a stage superior in the development of religious consciousness with regarding archaic Catholicism, that, in effect, there was no come a long way from the primitive fetishism of idol worshippers. Precisely what distinguishes Catholic from the Protestant is that the Catholic tends to take everything that is represented in religious paintings and in biblical stories in a literal way, as a representation of events that occurred in the outside world, God like a benevolent old man with a beard and a bright halo around the head, the birth of Eve as the actual conversion of Adam's rib into a human being, etc. The Protestant, on the other hand, understanding how idolatry this interpretation, he considers such events as allegories that have meaning internal morality, purely ideal. Indeed, the Hegelians reproached Kant for having his example of thalers played into idolatry Catholic, to argue against his own sympathies and Protestant attitudes because the external thalers, the thalers from his pocket, were only symbols on the general or rather common imagination of the human being, they were only representatives, forms of external expression, incarnation, of the spirit, just like the paintings religious, despite their sensibly perceptible reality, they were only images produced by social self-consciousness human, by the human spirit. In their essence they were entirely ideal, though in their existence they were substantial, material, and were situated, of course, out of the human head, out of the consciousness of the individual, outside of individual mental activity with its transcendental mechanisms. 365. Gods and thalers are phenomena of the same order, declared Hegel and the Hegelians, and through this comparison of the problem of the ideal and its relation to the real, with the materially substantial world, was raised quite differently from Kant's. He associated with problem of alienation, with the question of reification and dereification, of reassimilation by part of the human being of the objects created by himself, objects which by the action of some mysterious processes had become a world not only of external objective formations, but of formations also hostile to humans. Hence the following interpretation of the problem of Kant: the proofs of the existence of God are mere hollow tautologies. For example, the ontological proof. This it only means, what I conceive for myself in a real way, realiter, is a real concept for me, something that works in myself. In this sense all the gods, both the pagans like Christians, they have had a real existence. Perhaps did not old Moloch reign? Wasn't he the Apollo of Delphi a real power in the life of the Greeks? Kant's critique means nothing in this regard. If someone imagines that he has 100 thalers, if this concept is not arbitrary for him and subjective, if you believe in him, then these 100 thalers imagined have for him the same value as 100 real ones. For example, he will contract debts with the force of his imagination. His imagination will work, in the same way that all humanity has contracted debts with its gods. By posing the question in this way, the category of the ideal took on a meaning quite different from that which Kant gave it, and this was not at all due to a whim terminology of Hegel and the Hegelians. express the evident fact that social consciousness is not simply the repeated individual consciousness many times, just as the social organism in general is not the 366 individual human organism repeated many times, but is, in fact, a historically formed system and developing objective notions, forms and patterns of the objective spirit, of the collective reason of the humanity, or more directly, of the people with its inimitable spiritual culture, all of which is quite independent of the individual whims of the consciousness or will. This system includes all general moral norms that regulate the daily life of people, legal precepts, forms of state political organization of life, the patterns of ritually legitimized activity in all spheres, the rules of life that must be obeyed by all, the strict regulations of the guilds, etc., up to the grammatical and syntactic structures of speech and language and the logical rules of reasoning. All these structural forms and patterns of social conscience are unequivocally opposed to the individual consciousness and will as reality special and internally organized, as forms completely external that determine that consciousness and will. It is a fact that every individual must count since childhood with the demands and restrictions much more carefully than with the appearance immediately perceptible of things and external situations or with which attractions, desires, and organic needs of your body individual. It is equally obvious that all these patterns and forms externally imposed cannot be identified in the individual consciousness as innate patterns. All of them are assimilated in the course of upbringing and education, that is, in the course of assimilation by the individual of the available intellectual culture that took shape before than him, without him, and independently of him, as patrons and forms of that culture. They are not immanent forms of the 367 individual mental activity. They are the forms of the other, of the external subject that is assimilated. Therefore, Hegel sees the main advantage of teaching of Plato in the fact that the question of the relation of the spirit with nature arises for the first time not on the narrow basis of sole individual with everything else, but on the basis of an investigation of the universal world of ideas, social collective, as opposed to the world of things. In Plato's doctrine, the reality of the spirit, as opposes nature, presents itself in its highest truth, presented as the organization of a state. Here it should be noted that by the term state Plato understood not only the political superstructure and law but also the set of social norms that regulate the lives of individuals within a society organized, the polis, or any similar formation, all which now implies the broader term culture. From Plato, therefore, arises the tradition of examining the world of ideas. He, in fact, gives us the concept of ideal world, as a stable and internally organized of laws, rules, and patterns that control the mental activity of the individual soul, as a special and supernatural objective reality that opposes each individual and imperatively dictates how he must act in any given situation. The force immediate external that determines the behavior of the individual is the state, which protects the entire system of spiritual culture, the entire system of rights and obligations of each citizen. Here, in a semi-mystical, semi-mythological way, clearly established a perfectly real fact, the fact of dependence on mental activity, and not only mental, of the individual with respect to the system of culture established before him and completely independent of him, a 368 system from which the spiritual life of each individual begins and runs its course. The question of the relation of the ideal to the substantially material was presented here as a question of the relation of these stable forms, patterns, stereotypes, of culture with the world of things individual, which included not only the external things, but also the physical body of the human being itself. In fact, only here arose the need to define clearly the category of ideality as opposed to the undifferentiated and vague notion of psyche in general, which could equally well be interpreted as a function fully corporeal of the soul interpreted physically, regardless of which organ is actually attributed this function, heart, liver, or brain. For the rest, the ideality remains a superfluous verbal label and completely unnecessary for the psychic. This is the which was before Plato. The term idea was used, even by Democritus, to designate a form completely substantial, the geometric contours of a thing, a body, which was physically imprinted on the human being, in the physical body of his eyes. This use, characteristic of the primitive and naive form of the materialism, obviously cannot be used by the current materialism, which takes into account all the complexity of the relationships between mental activity individual and the world of things. For this reason, in the vocabulary of psychology modern materialist, and not only in that of philosophy, the category of ideality or ideal does not define the activity mental in general, but only a certain phenomenon related, of course, to mental activity, but that in no way merges with her. Ideality characterizes principally the idea or the image to the extent that, objectifying itself in words entering the knowledge system socially. 369. Evolved that for the individual is something given to him, EVI, in objective reality, thus acquire a relative independence, cutting off, as it were, from the mental activity of the individual, writes the psychologist Soviet S. L. Rubinstein. Being and consciousness. Only in this interpretation the category of ideality becomes a specifically meaningful definition of a certain category of phenomena, establishing the form of the process of reflection of objective reality in mental activity, which is social and human in origin and essence, in the social human consciousness, and ceases to be an unnecessary synonym of mental activity in general. Regarding the quote from the book by S. L. Rubinstein, only it must be observed that the image is objectified not only in the words, but can also enter the system of socially evolved knowledge without having verbal expression. The image is equally objectified, and even more directly, in sculptural, graphic forms and plastic and in the form of routine ritual ways of dealing with things and people, so that expressed not only in words, in speech and language, but also in drawings, models, and symbolic objects such as shields, banners, clothing, utensils, or as money, including gold coins and paper money, promissory notes, bonds, or bills of credit. Ideality in general is, in philosophical language, historically formed, a feature of the images materially established, objectified, materialized, reified, of human social culture, that is, of the historically formed modes of human social life, that confront the individual possessor of the conscience and the will as if it were a special objective reality, supernatural as a special object comparable to material reality and located on the same spatial plane, and therefore often identified with her. 370. For this reason, for the sake of terminological accuracy, it makes no sense to apply this definition to states purely individual mental at any given time. The latter, with all their whims and variations individually unique, are determined in effect by the numerous interconnections of the most diverse factors to the transitory states of the organism and the peculiar characteristics of their biochemical reactions, such as allergies or color blindness, for example, and therefore can be considered at the level of social culture human as purely accidental. That is why we find Kant speaking of the ideality of space and time, but not of the ideality of the conscious sensations of weight, for example, in the arm muscles when one is carrying something, of the ideality of the chain of causes and effects, but not of the ideality of the fact that a rock with the sun shining on it heats up, although this fact is also perceived consciously. In Kant, ideality becomes synonymous with the transcendental character of the forms universals of sensuality and reason, that is, of the patterns of cognitive activity that are inherent in all I and that, therefore, have a character completely impersonal and also display a compulsive force in relation to each separate, empirical, I. That's why space and time, causal dependence, and beauty are for Kant ideals, but they are not mental states connected with the unique and transitory physical states of the individual's body. It is true that, as we have seen in the example of the thalers, Kant does not always adhere strictly to his terminology, although the reason for it is certainly carelessness. It would be difficult to blame that to Kant, but rather the dialectical trickery of the problems that he poses. But despite the instability of the definition terminology of the categories, one begins to see their objective dialectical content, the same as the school. 371. Hegelian provides with a much more adequate. The point is that Kant could not overcome the whole notion of understanding social consciousness, universal spirit, as individual consciousness many times repeated. In Hegelian philosophy, however, the problem is posed in a fundamentally different way. Social organism, the culture of the given people, is not in absolute an abstraction that expresses the equality that can be discovered in the mentality of each individual, abstract inherent in each individual, the pattern transcendentally psychological of vital activity individual. The forms historically built and developed from the universal spirit, the spirit of the people, the objective spirit, although Hegel follows them understanding how certain stable patterns within whose framework proceeds the mental activity of each individual are not, however, considered by him as formal abstractions, such as attributes abstractly universals inherent in each individual, but taken for separate. Hegel, following Rousseau with his distinction between the general will and the universal will, has full account of the obvious fact that in the various collisions of individual wills of different orientation, certain results are born and crystallize that were never contained in any of them for separate, and that because of this social consciousness as entity is not built, as if they were bricks, from of the equality found in each of its parts, individual selves, individual consciousnesses. Forks here where we are shown the path to understanding from the fact that all the patterns that Kant defined as forms of functioning transcendentally innates of the individual mentality, such as mechanisms internal a priori inherent to all mentality, are in fact reality forms of self-awareness of social being. 372. Assimilated from outside by the individual, originally these forms were opposed to him as external patterns of the movement of culture independent of his will and awareness. In this way, social being is understood as the aggregate of all social relations historically developed. Are these forms of organization of vital activity human social, carried out collectively, those that exist before, outside and with total independence of the mentality individual? In one way or another they are materially established in language, customs, and rites ritually legitimized and, furthermore, they are organized as the organization of a state with all its attributes, materials and organs for the protection of forms of traditional life that opposes the individual, the body physique of the individual with his brain, liver, heart, hands, and other organs. They are an organized entity in itself and for itself, something ideal within which all things individual take on a different meaning and play a different role from the one they had performed as such, that is, outside this entity. For this reason, the ideal definition of anything, or the definition of anything as a moment of disappearance in the movement of the ideal world, coincides in Hegel with the role and meaning of this thing in human social culture, in the context of activity socially organized human life, and not in the conscious individual, which is here considered as something derived from the universal spirit. It will be readily appreciated how much wider and deep as is this approach to the question in comparison with whatever conception he designates as ideal everything that is in the conscience of the individual, and as material or real, everything that is outside of it, everything of which the given individual is not aware, although this everything does exist in reality, and thus draws between. 373. The ideal and the real a fundamental dividing line that turns them into different worlds that have nothing in common with each other. It is evident that, given such a division and metaphysical delimitation, the ideal and the material they cannot and should not be considered as opposites. Here are different, and that's it. Hegel starts from the fairly obvious fact that for the consciousness of the individual the real and even the roughly material, certainly not the ideal, is at first all the great materially established spiritual culture of the mankind, within which and by whose assimilation this individual awakens to self-awareness. Is this what that confronts the individual with the thought of the preceding generations realized, reified, objectified, alienated, in matter sensibly perceptible, in language and in images visually perceptible, in books and statues, in wood and bronze, in the form of places of worship and instruments of work, in the designs of machines and the state buildings, in the patterns of the systems scientific and moral, etc. All these objects are in their existence of him, in his actual being, substantial, material, but in their essence, in their origin they are ideals, because incarnate the collective thought of the peoples, the universal spirit of humanity. In other words, Hegel includes in the concept of ideal everything that another representative of idealism in the philosophy. It is true that it was never recognized as idealist. A. Bogdanov designated a century later as socially organized experience with its patterns, norms, stereotypes and algorithms stable and historically crystallized. The trait they have in common, Hegel and Bogdanov, as idealists, is the notion that this world of socially organized experience is for the individual the only object that assimilates and knows, the only object with which he has any dealings. 374. But the world that exists before, outside and regardless of conscience and will in general, that is to say, not only of the conscience and of the will of the individual, but also of the social conscience and the socially organized will, the world as such, is only taken into account by this conception to the extent in which it finds expression in the universal forms of the consciousness and of the will. Insofar as it is already idealized, it is already assimilated in experience, it is already presents itself in the models and forms of this experience, whether is included in it. Thanks to this turn of thought, which characterizes the idealism in general, whether Platonic, Berkeleian, Hegelian, or Popperian, the real material world, which exists before, outside and with total independence of the experience and before being expressed in the forms of this experience, including language, is totally removed from the field of vision, and what begins to figure under the denomination of real world is a world already idealized, a world already assimilated by people, a world already configured by his activity, the world as people know it, as it is presented in existing forms of their culture. A world now expressed, presented, in the forms of experience existing human. And this world declares itself the only one world of which something can be said. This secret of idealism is shown transparent in Hegel's discussion of ideality of natural phenomena, in his presentation of the nature as an ideal being in itself. What it has to say about certain natural phenomena is his description of it in the concepts and terms of the physics of his time, because the masses push and crush each others and there is no gap between them, only in this contact begins the ideality of matter in general, and it is interesting to see how this intrinsic character of the 375 matter, because in general it is always interesting to see the realization of a concept. Here Hegel does not speak in absolute of nature as it is, but of nature as presented, described, in the system of a definite physical theory, in the system of its definitions established by the language historically formed from it. It is this fact, by the way, that explains the persistent survival of such semantic substitutions. In effect, when we talk about nature, we are forced to make use of the available language of science natural, the language of science with its meanings established and generally understood. It is this, specifically, what constitutes the basis of the arguments of logical positivism, which consciously identifies the nature with the language in which people speak and write about nature. It will be appreciated that the main difficulty and therefore the main problem of philosophy is not to distinguish and contrast everything that is in the conscience of the individual to everything that is outside this consciousness individual. This is almost never difficult to do, but rather to limit the world of notions collectively recognized, that is, everyone's socially organization of intellectual culture with all its patterns stable and materially established universals, and the real world as it exists outside and apart from its expression in these socially legitimized forms of experience. It is here and only here that the distinction between the ideal and the real, material, acquires a scientific meaning seriously, because in practice both tend to be confused. Point out the fact that the thing and the form of the thing exist outside of individual consciousness and do not depend on the individual will still does not solve the problem of its objectivity in its fully materialistic sense. Yet the conversely, everything that people do not know, is not aware or does not perceive as the forms of external things of 376. No way has to be invention, game of the imagination, a notion that exists merely in the human head. That is why the person sensible, to whose way of thinking Kant appeals with his example of the thalers, is deceived more often than other people by taking the collectively recognized notions by objective reality, and the objective reality revealed by scientific research by subjective invention that it only exists in the heads of theoreticians. It's the person sensible, who daily observes the sunrise by the east and its setting for the west, the one that protests because the Copernican system is an invention that contradicts the obvious facts, and in exactly the same way, the ordinary person, dragged into the orbit of relationships merchandise money, considers money as a thing perfectly material, and the value, which indeed finds its outward expression in money, as a mere abstraction that only exists in the heads of theorists, only. Ideally. For this reason, consistent materialism, faced with this type of situation, he could not define the ideal as what exists in the consciousness of the individual, and the material as what exists outside of this awareness, as the perceived form sensorially of the external thing, as a form real corporeal. The border between the two, between the material and the ideal, between the thing in itself and its representation in the social conscience could not walk this line because, if it did, materialism would be completely helpless in the face of the dialectic that Hegel had discovered in the relations between the material and the ideal, in particular, in the phenomena of fetishism of all type, from that of religion to that of merchandise, and furthermore, the fetishism of words, of language, of symbols and signs. It is a fact that, like the icon or coin of gold, every word, term or combination of terms, is 377. First of all, a thing that exists outside the consciousness of the individual, possesses bodily properties perfectly real and is sensorially perceived. According to the old classification accepted by all, including Kant, the words clearly fall into the category of the material with as much justification as stones or flowers, bread or a bottle of wine, the guillotine or the printing press. Surely then, in contrast to these things, what we call ideal is its subjective image in the mind of the individual, in individual consciousness. But here we are immediately faced with the misleading of this distinction, which is fully anticipated by the Hegelian school and its conception of materialization, the alienation, the reification of the universal notions. As a result of this process that takes place behind the back of individual consciousness, the individual confronts as external thing to the general representation, that is, collectively recognized, which have absolutely nothing in common with the bodily form perceived sensorially in which it is shown. For example, the name Peter is, in its form bodily perceived sensorially, absolutely different of the real Peter, of the person he designates, or of the sensory represented image of Pedro than other people have of him. The relationship is the same between gold coin and goods that can be purchased with her, goods, merchandise, whose universal representative is the coin or, later, the banknote. The coin not represents itself, but another, in the same sense in which a diplomat does not represent his own person, but to his country, which has authorized him to do so. The same can be said of the word, the symbol or verbal sign, or any combination of such signs and the syntactic pattern of this combination. 378. This relation of representation is a relation in which that a thing perceived sensorily plays the role or the function of representative of something else, and, to be more precise, of the universal nature of that other thing, it is that is, of something other than in sensory and corporeal is very different from her, and it was this relationship that in the Hegelian terminological tradition it acquired the title of ideality. In Capital, Marx consciously uses the term ideal in this formal sense that Hegel gave it, and not in the sense in which the entire pre-Hegelian tradition used it, including Kant, although the philosophical theoretical interpretation of the range of phenomena that in both cases is designated likewise as ideal, it is diametrically opposed to its Hegelian interpretation of it. The meaning of the term ideal in Marx and in Hegel it is the same, but the concepts, it is that is, the ways of understanding this same meaning, are profoundly different. After all, the word concept in logic interpreted dialectically is a synonymous with comprehension of the essence of matter, of the essence of the phenomena that can only be outlined with a determined term, is by no means a synonym for meaning of the term, which can be interpreted formally as the sum total of attributes of the phenomena to which the term applies. For this reason, Marx, like all true theorists, preferred not to change the meanings of terms historically formed, the established nomenclature of phenomena, but, making strict use and rigorous of it, he proposed a very different understanding of these phenomena that was actually the opposite of the traditional understanding. In Capital, when analyzing money, that category familiar and at the same time mysterious of social phenomena, Marx describes as ideal nothing more and nothing less than the 379 value form of the products of labor in general, die Wertform überhaupt. Thus, the reader for whom the term ideal is synonymous of immanent in consciousness, existing only in the consciousness, only in people's ideas, only in their imagination, will misinterpret the idea expressed by Marx, because in this case it turns out that even capital, which is nothing other than a value form of the organization of productive forces, a form of the functioning of the means of production, also exists only in the consciousness, only in the subjective imagination of people, and not in reality. Obviously, only a follower of Berkeley could think this way, but in no case could he do it a materialist. According to Marx, the ideality of the form of value consists, of course, in the fact that this form represents a mental phenomenon that only exists in the brain of the owner of the merchandise or of the theoretician, but in that the palpable bodily form of the thing, for example, a coat, is just a form of expression of a very different, linen, as a value, with which it has nothing in common. The value of linen is represented, expressed, embodied in the shape of a coat, and the shape of the coat it is the ideal or represented form of the value of linen. As a use value, linen is something palpably different from the coat; as a value, it is the same as the coat, and now it has the appearance of a coat. Thus, the flaxseed acquires a value form different from its physical form. The fact that it is value is revealed by its equality with the coat, just like the nature of sheep of a Christian is shown in his likeness to the Lamb of God. Capital, Volume I, p. 58. It is a completely objective relationship, within from which the bodily form of commodity B becomes in the value form of commodity A, or the body of the 380. Commodity B acts as a mirror of the value of the commodity A, Capital, Volume I, p. 59. The authorized representative from the nature value of it, from the substance, it incarnates both here and there. For this reason, the form of the value or value form is ideal, it is something very different from the palpable form of the thing in which it is represented, expressed, incarnated, is alien. What is this other, this difference, which is expressed or represents here? The conscience of the people? His willpower? Absolutely. On the contrary, both the will as consciousness are determined by this form objective ideal, and what it expresses, represents, is a defined social relationship between people who in their eyes it assumes the fantastic form of a relationship between things. In other words, what is represented here as a thing is the form of people's activity, the form of the vital activity that they carry out together, which has taken forms behind the back of conscience and establishes materially in the form of the relationship between things described above. This and only this creates the ideality of such a thing, its sensual supersensual character. Here the ideal form is actually opposed to consciousness individual and to the individual will as the form of the thing external, remember Kant's Thalers, and is necessarily perceived precisely as the form of the external thing, not as its palpable form but as the form of something else equally palpable that it represents, express, embody. In this way it differs, however, of the palpable corporeity of both things, not having nothing in common with his physical nature appreciably perceptible. What is embodied and represented here is a definite form of work, a definite form of activity, human objective, that is, the transformation of the nature for social being. 381. It is here that we find the answer to the enigma of the ideality. Ideality, according to Marx, is nothing else than the form of social human activity represented in the thing. Or, conversely, the form of human activity represented as a thing, as an object. Ideality is a kind of stamp imprinted on the substance of nature by the social activity of life human, a form of the functioning of the physical thing in the process of this activity. So all the things that intervene in the social process acquire a new form of existence that is not included in its nature physical and that differs completely from it, its ideal form. Therefore, one cannot speak of ideality where there are no people who produce and reproduce socially their material life, that is, individuals who work collectively and who necessarily possess consciousness and willpower. But this does not mean that the ideality of the things is a product of your conscious will, that is immanent in consciousness and existing only in the awareness. On the contrary, the conscience and the will of the individual are functions of the ideality of things, of their understood and conscious ideality. Ideality, then, has a nature and an origin purely social. It is the shape of a thing, but it is out of this thing, and into the activity of the human being as form of this activity. Or, conversely, it is the shape of the activity of a person but being outside of it person, as a form of the thing. Here, then, is the key all the mystery that has served as the real basis for all kinds of idealistic constructions and conceptions of both being human as of a world beyond this, since Plato to Carnap and Popper. The ideality constantly escapes theoretical fixation metaphysically unambiguous. As soon as it is fixed as shape of the thing, he begins to mock the theorist with his immateriality, its functional character and appears only 382 as a form of pure activity. Whereas when one tries to fix it in itself, as purified of all traces of palpable corporeity, it turns out that this attempt is fundamentally doomed to failure, as that after such purification there will be nothing but a void ghostly, an indefinable void. And indeed, as Hegel very well understood, it is absurd to speak of an activity that is not carried out in anything defined, that does not incarnate in something corporeal, although only be in words, in speech, in language. If so activity exists, it cannot be in reality but only in possibility, only potentially, and therefore not as activity but as its opposite, as inactivity, as absence of activity. Thus, according to Hegel, the spirit, as something ideal, as something opposite to the world of bodily forms established, it cannot reflect at all, i.e., become aware of the forms of their own structure, if does not preliminarily oppose itself, as object as a thing that differs from itself. When speaking of the value form as the ideal form of a thing, Marx does not at all happen to use the mirror comparison. In a way, it happens with being human as with merchandise. Since he doesn't come to world with a mirror in hand, nor as a philosopher Fichtean to whom it is enough with the I am I, the human being it is first seen and recognized in other human beings. Pedro it only establishes his own identity as a human being first comparing himself to Paul as a peer. And so, Paul, just as he is in his Pauline personality, becomes for Peter the type of the human race the capital, volume I, p. 59. Here Marx clearly indicates the parallelism between his form-value ideality theory and understanding of Hegel's ideality, which takes into account the dialectic of the emergence of the collective self-awareness of gender. 383. Human. Yes, Hegel understood the situation quite clearly. Much broader and deeper than this philosopher Fichtean, he established the fact that the spirit, before to be able to examine himself, he must let go of his immaculate purity and its ghostly nature, and must become itself an object and the form of this object to oppose itself. First in word form, in the form of a verbal incarnation, and then in the form of instruments of work, statues, machines, weapons, churches, factories, constitutions, and states, in the form of the great inorganic body of the human being, in the form of the sensibly perceptible body of civilization that for him it only serves as a glass in which he can examine himself, his other being of him, and to know through this examination his own pure ideality, understanding himself as Pure activity. Hegel was perfectly aware that ideality as pure activity is not given directly, nor can it be given as such immediately in all its purity and imperturbable perfection, can only be known through the analysis of the incarnations of him, through his reflection in the glass of tangible reality, in the glass of system of things, their forms and relationships, created by the activity of the pure spirit. By their fruits you will know them, and it cannot be any other way. The ideal forms of the world are, according to Hegel, forms of activity carried out on some material. If they are not done in some palpable material, remain invisible and unknown to the active spirit itself, the spirit does not you can become aware of them. In order to examine them must be reified, that is, turned into forms and relationships of things. Only in this case the ideality exists, it has a present being, only exists as a form of activity reified and reifiable, a form of activity that has become converted and is becoming the shape of an object, a palpable thing outside of consciousness. And in no case exists as a transcendental psychological pattern of 384. Consciousness, as an internal pattern of the I, distinguishing itself from itself within itself, as it turned out with the Fichtian philosopher. As an internal pattern of consciousness activity, as a pattern immanent in consciousness, the ideality it can only have an illusory existence, only ghostly. It only becomes real in the course of its reification, objectification and de-objectification, alienation and sublimation of alienation. It is clear that this interpretation is much more reasonable and realistic than that of Kant and Fichte. It encompassed the actual dialectic of the development of self-awareness of people, covered the phases and real metamorphoses in whose succession there is only the ideality of the world. For this reason, Marx joins Hegel in regards to terminology, and not to Kant or Fichte, who tried to solve the problem of ideality, that is, of the activity, remaining within consciousness, without venture into the external corporeal world sensitively perceptible, the world of palpable shapes and relationships of things. This Hegelian definition of the term ideality encompassed the entire range of phenomena within which the ideal, understood as the bodily form embodied in the activity of the social being, really exists. Without understanding this circumstance it would be totally impossible to comprehend the miracles performed before the eyes of the human being for the comfort, the shape of the product, particularly in its form money, in the form of the notorious real thalers, real rubles or real dollars, things that, as soon as we have the slightest theoretical understanding of them, immediately turn out to be not real at all, but ideals to the core, things whose category includes without ambiguity words, units of language, and many other things. Things that, being totally 385 materials, palpable formations, acquire all their meaning, function and role, of the spirit, and they even owe it its specific bodily existence. Out of the spirit and without it there can't be even words, there's only a vibration from air. The mystery of this category of things, the secret of his ideality, his sensual supersensual character was first revealed by Marx in the course of his analysis of the commodity form, value, of the product. Marx characterizes the commodity form as a form which is ideal, that is, as a form that has absolutely nothing in common with the actual palpable form of the body in which it is represented, that is, it is expressed, it is materializes, is reified, is alienated, is realized, and through the which exists, possesses the present being. It is ideal because it does not include an atom of the substance of the body in which it is represented, because it is the shape of another body. And this other body is not present here bodily, materially, but rather again only ideally, without there being a single atom of its substance. Chemical analysis of a gold coin it will not reveal a single bitumen molecule, and vice versa. Without, however, a gold coin represents, expresses, the value of 100 cans of shoe polish precisely because of its weight and shine. And, of course, this act of representation is performed not in the conscience of the shoe polisher, but outside of his awareness of him in any sense of this word, outside of his head, in the space of the market, and without him having the slightest little suspicion of the mysterious nature of the form of money and the essence of the price of bitumen. All the world can spend money without knowing what money is. For this very reason, the person who uses with trust his mother tongue to express the more subtle and complex circumstances of life, find yourself in a very difficult position if you realize of the relationship between the sign and the meaning. The 386. Awareness that can derive from linguistic studies. In the current state of the science of linguistics, it is more likely to put him in the centipede position that was reckless enough to wonder from which foot he rises. And all the difficulty that so much has bothered philosophy lies in the fact that the ideal forms, such as the value form, the form of thought or syntactic form, have always arisen, taken shape and have developed, become something objective, completely independent of consciousness of anyone, in the course of processes that do not occur absolutely in the head, but definitely outside of it, although not without his participation. If things were different, Plato's idealism and Hegel would indeed be a most strange aberration, very unworthy of minds of such caliber and influence. The objectivity of the ideal form is not a fantasy of Plato or Hegel, but an indisputable and obstinate fact. A fact by which such impressive thinkers as Aristotle, Descartes, Spinoza, Kant, Hegel, and Einstein, not to mention thousands of lesser spirits, reeled off brains over the centuries. Idealism is not the consequence of a mistake elementary committed by a naive schoolboy who saw a terrible ghost that did not exist. Idealism is a completely sober affirmation of the objectivity of the ideal form, that is, from the fact of its existence in the space of human culture regardless of the will and conscience of individuals, an affirmation which, however, remained without a scientific explanation adequate. This statement of fact without its scientific explanation materialist is what idealism is. In the case that we occupies, materialism consists precisely in the scientific explanation of this fact and not in ignoring it. Formally, this fact is seen as described by the 387 thinkers of the Platonic line, a way of movement of physically palpable bodies that is objective despite its evident incorporeality. Form incorporeal that controls the fate of forms entirely corporeal, determining whether or not they are to be a form, like a soul of things without flesh and, without Almighty though. A form that is preserved in the more diverse corporeal incarnations and that does not coincide with just one of them. A way that you can't say where exactly it exists. A completely rational and non-mystical understanding of the ideal, as ideal form of the real world, substantially material, was developed in the form general by Marx in the course of his critical mastery constructive of the Hegelian conception of ideality, and particularized, as a solution to the question of the form of value, through his critique of political economy, it is that is, from the classical labor theory of value. Ideality of the value form is a typical and characteristic case of the ideality in general, and its conception by Marx serves as a concrete illustration of all the advantages of dialectical materialist vision of ideality, of the ideal. The value form is understood in capital precisely as the reified form, represented as, or representing, the thing, the relation of things, of the activity of human social life. Directly we present it as the physically palpable embodiment of something other, but this other cannot be a matter physically palpable. The only alternative, it seems, is to assume some kind of substance without a body, some kind of substance insubstantial. And classical philosophy here proposed a quite logical solution: such a foreign substance can only be activity creating forms. But in the field of economic activity the substance was decoded, naturally, as work. 388. As physical work of the human being that transforms the physical body of nature, while value is turned into accomplished work, into the incarnated act of job. So it was precisely in political economy where scientific thought took its first step decisive to discover the essence of ideality. Already Smith and Ricardo, men quite removed from philosophy, clearly perceived the substance of the mysterious definitions of value at work. However, the value, although understood from the point of view of its substance, it remained a mystery in as to its shape. The classical theory of value could not explain why the substance expressed itself as it did and not otherwise. By the way, the bourgeois tradition classical was not particularly interested in this question. And Marx clearly demonstrated the reason for his indifference towards the topic. In any case, the deduction of the form of value from its substance remained a task insurmountable for bourgeois science. The ideality of this shape was still as mysterious and mystical as always. However, as theorists found themselves in direct confrontation with the mysterious properties, physically impalpable in this way, they resorted once and back to the well-known ways of interpreting the ideality. Hence the idea of the existence of Adam's ideals of value, which were very reminiscent of the monads of Leibniz, the immaterial and unextended quanta of the spiritual substance. Marx, as an economist, was helped by the fact that he knew much more about philosophy than Smith and Ricardo. It was when he saw in the Fichtean Hegelian conception of ideality as pure activity a description abstractly mystifying work actually and physically palpable of social being, the process of transformation. 389. Physics of physical nature performed by the physical body of the human being, when he obtained the theoretical key to the enigma of the ideality of the value form. The value of a thing was presented as work reified human and, therefore, the form of value was not be anything other than the reified form of this work, a form of human vital activity. And the fact that this is not at all the way to the thing as it is, that is, the thing in its determination natural, but a form of social human labor or of form-creating activity of the social being embodied in the substance of nature, was what provided the solution to the riddle of ideality. The ideal shape of a thing is not the form of the thing in itself, but a form of social human life activity considered like the shape of a thing. And since in its developed stages the activity human life always has an intentional character, it is say, consciously dear, ideality presents itself as a form of conscience and will, as the law that guides the conscience and the will of the human being, as the objectively obligatory pattern of activity consciously dear. That's why it's so easy present the ideal exclusively as a way of consciousness and self-consciousness, exclusively as the transcendental pattern of the psyche and of the will that make this pattern. And if this is so, the Platonic Hegelian conception of ideality begins to appear as a mere inadmissible projection of forms of consciousness and will, thought forms, about the world external. And the criticism of Hegel is reduced to reproaches for having ontologized, hypostatized the forms purely subjective of human mental activity. This leads to the quite logical conclusion that all thought categories, quantity, measure, 390, necessity, essence, etc., are only ideals, that is, only transcendental psychological patterns of activity of the subject and nothing else. Marx, of course, had a very different. For him, all logical categories without exception are only the idealized forms, that is, turned into forms of the activity of human life, activity that is primarily external and sensually objective, for both also spiritual, universal forms of existence of objective reality, of the external world. And, they are certainly not projections of the forms of the world mind about the physical world. A conception, like can easily be seen, that it is just the reverse in the sequence of theoretical deduction from it. This interpretation of ideality is based on Marx, above all, in the materialist understanding of nature specific to the human social relationship with the world, and the fundamental difference between this and the relation of the animals with the world, the purely biological relationship. The animal is immediately one with its vital activity. He is indistinguishable from her. It is his vital activity. The human being makes his vital activity the object of his will and his consciousness of him. Marx, Manuscripts, 1844. This means that the activity of the animal is directed only external objects. The activity of being human, on the other hand, is directed not only at them, but also on his own forms of vital activity. Is a directed activity on itself, which classical philosophy German presented as the specific characteristic of the spirit, as reflection, as self-awareness. In the passage quoted from one of the early works of Marx, he does not sufficiently emphasize the detail fundamentally important thing that distinguishes your position of the Fichtean Hegelian interpretation of reflection, the relationship with oneself as with other. In view of therefore, the passage can be understood as the human being. 391. Acquires a new and second plane of vital activity precisely because he possesses consciousness and will, that the animal does not possess, but this is just the opposite. The conscience and the will appear in the human being only because he already possesses a special plane of vital activity that is absent in the animal world, activity aimed at mastering forms of life, activity that are specifically social, purely social in its origin and essence, and, therefore, not biologically encoded in it. The newly born animal faces the world abroad. The forms of his vital activity are innate along with the morphology of his body and does not have to perform no special activity to master them. He just needs exercise the forms of behavior codified in it. Development consists solely of the development of the instincts, of congenital reactions to things and situations. The environment merely corrects this development. Human beings are a very different case. The boy who just born, he faces, outside of himself, not only the outside world but also to a very complex, which requires modes of behavior to those that genetically, morphologically, there is no code in the body of it. It is not about adjusting patterns of behavior already elaborated, but to assimilate ways of vital activity that bears no relation to the biologically necessary forms of the reactions of its organism before things and situations. This even applies to behavioral acts directly related to customer satisfaction. Biologically innate needs. The need to food is biologically encoded in humans, but the need to eat it with the help of a plate, a knife, fork and spoon, sitting on a chair, in a table, etc., is no more congenital in him than the form syntactics of the language in which he learns to speak. In 392. Relation to the morphology of the human body, these are as purely and externally conventional as the rules of chess. They are pure forms of the external world, which exists outside of the individual body, forms of the organization of this world, which has yet to convert into the forms of their individual vital activity, in the patterns and modes of their activity, to become simply human. And it is this world of forms of vital activity, human social, the one that faces the newborn child, for to be more exact, to the biological organism of the species Homo sapiens, as the objectivity to which he is bound to adapt all the behavior of it, all the functions of his organic body, as the object towards whose the greatest assimilation of him guides all his activity. The existence of this specifically human object, the world of things created by the human being for the human being, and therefore the things whose forms are reified forms of human activity, work, and certainly not the forms naturally inherent in them, is the condition for the existence of consciousness and willpower. And certainly not the other way around, they are not the consciousness and will the condition and requisite for the existence of this unique object, let alone its cause. Consciousness and will arising in the mind of the human individual are the direct consequence of the fact that what is presented to him as the object of his activity vital is not nature as such, but nature transformed by the work of previous generations, shaped by human labor, nature in the forms of human vital activity. Consciousness and will become forms necessary amounts of mental activity only when the individual is forced to control his own organic body in response, not to the organic, natural, demands of this body, but to the demands presented from the outside. 393. By the rules accepted in the society in which he has born. Only under these conditions does the individual see himself forced to be distinguished from his own organic body. Our rules are not transmitted to him by birth, through his genes. They are imposed on it from the outside, dictated by the culture and not by nature. Only here does the relationship with oneself appear as sole representative of other, an unknown relationship for the animals. The human individual is obliged to subordinate his own actions to certain rules and patterns that he has to assimilate as a special object to convert them into rules and patterns of vital activity of his own body. At first they face him as an external object, as the forms and relations of created things and created by human labor. By mastering the objects of nature in the forms created and recreated by the human work, the individual becomes for the first time in a human being, he becomes a representative of the humanity, whereas before it was simply a representative of a biological species. The existence of this purely social legacy of forms of vital activity, that is, a legacy of forms that are not in no way transmitted through genes, through the morphology of the organic body, but only through education, only through the assimilation of the culture available, only through a process in the course of which the organic body of the individual is transformed into a representative of humanity, i.e., the whole specific aggregate of people connected by ties of social relationships. It's just the existence of this specific relationship that gives rise to consciousness and will as specifically human forms of mental activity. Consciousness only arises when the individual sees himself forced to look at himself from the outside, as with the 394. Someone else's eyes, everyone else's eyes only when forced to correlate their actions individuals with the actions of another human being, that is, only within the framework of vital activity carried out collectively. Strictly speaking, only here is necessity of will, in the sense of the ability of forcibly subordinating one's own inclinations and impulses to a certain law, to a certain requirement dictated not by the individual organic of the own body, but by the organization of the collective body, the community, which has formed around a certain common task. It is here, and only here, where the ideal plane of vital activity unknown to the animal awareness and the will are not the cause of the manifestation of this new plane of relations between the individual and the world exterior, but only the mental forms of its expression, is say its effect. And, furthermore, they are not an accidental form but necessary of his manifestation, of his expression, of his realization. We will not go any further in the examination of conscience and the will, and its relation to ideality, because here we began to enter the special field of psychology. But the problem of ideality in its general form is equally significant for psychology, linguistics, and any socio-historical discipline, and naturally it goes further beyond the limits of psychology as such and must be considered regardless of details purely psychological, or purely political economic. Psychology must necessarily start from the fact that between individual consciousness and objective reality there is the mediating link of the historically formed, which acts as a prerequisite and condition of the individual mental activity. This includes the forms economic and legal aspects of human relations. 395. Forms of daily life and forms of language, etc. For the mental activity of the individual, consciousness and will of the individual, this culture appears immediately as a system of meanings, which have been reified and deal with it quite objective as non-psychological, extra-psychological reality. Hence, the interpretation of the problem of ideality in its purely psychological aspect does not come very close to a correct understanding of it, because the secret of ideality is not sought where it arises actually, it is not searched in space, where it is represented the history of the real relations between the social being and the nature, but in the human head, in the relationships materials between nerve endings. And this is an enterprise as absurd as the idea of discovering the way value through chemical analysis of gold or banknotes in which this form is presented to the eye and to the touch. The enigma and the solution of the problem of idealism found in the peculiar characteristics of the activity subject's mind, which cannot distinguish between two fundamentally different and even opposite categories of phenomena of which he has sensory awareness such as existing outside of his brain, the natural properties of things, on the one hand, and those of their properties that they do not owe to nature but to social human labor embodied in these things, on the other. This is the point where they merge directly opposites such as grossly naive materialism and no less grossly naive idealism. That is, where the material is directly identified with the ideal and vice versa, where everything that exists outside the head, Outside of mental activity, it is considered material, and everything what is in the head, in the conscience, it is described as ideal. 396. Real scientific materialism does not lie in declaring primary everything that is outside the brain of the individual, in describing this primary as material, and in declaring secondary and ideal everything that is in the head. Scientific materialism lies in the ability to distinguish the fundamental frontier in the composition of things and the palpable and sensorially perceptible phenomena, to see the difference and the opposition between the material and the ideal there and not elsewhere. The ideal plane of reality only includes what is created by work, both in the human being himself as in the part of nature in which he lives and acts, that daily and hourly, since the human being exists, is produced and reproduced by its own activity, transformative, and therefore intentional, human social. Thus, one cannot speak of the existence of an ideal plane in the animal, or in an uncivilized human, developed purely on the biological level, without straying from the strictly established philosophical sense of term. The human being acquires the ideal level of activity vital only by mastering the forms, historically developed forms of social activity, only next to the social plane of existence, only next to culture. Ideality is but one aspect of culture, of its dimensions, determining factors, properties. In relation to mental activity, it is such a component objective as the mountains and the trees, the moon and the firmament, as the processes of metabolism in the organic body of the individual. That's why people usually to confuse the ideal with the material, taking one for the other. For this reason, idealism is not the fruit of a misunderstanding, but the legitimate and natural fruit of a world in which things take on human properties while people are reduced to the level of a force material, in which things are endowed with spirit. 397. While human beings are totally deprived of the objective reality of ideal forms is not a mere invention of the idealists, as it seems to the pseudo-materialists who recognize, on the one hand, the external world and, on the other, only the brain conscious, or consciousness as a property and function of the brain. This pseudo-materialism, despite all his good intentions, he has both feet firmly planted in the same mystical swamp of the fetishism of his opponent, idealism. This one is also a fetishist, only that not of the bronze idol or of the logos, but fetishist of a nervous tissue, a fetishism of neurons, axons, and DNA that actually possess as little of the ideal as any pebble thrown on the road. As little as he value of the diamond that has not yet been discovered, for huge and heavy as it is. Ideality is indeed necessarily connected with consciousness and will, but not at all in the way that the old pre-Marxist materialism describes this connection. Ideality is not an aspect or form of manifestation of the sphere of the will conscious, but precisely on the contrary, the character of conscious will of the human mentality is a form of manifestation, an aspect or manifestation mental plane of the ideal, that is, generated socio-historically, of the relations between the human being and the nature. Ideality is a characteristic of things, not as they are determined by nature, but as are determined by work, activity transforming and creating forms of social being, its purposeful and sensually objective activity. The ideal form is the form of a thing created by the social human work. Or, conversely, the form of work realized in the substance of nature, embodied in her, alienated in her, realized in her and, therefore. 398. Presenting himself to the creative human being as the form of a thing or a relation between things in which being human, his work, has placed them. In the work process, the human being, without ceasing to being a natural being, transforms both external things as, at the same time, his own natural body, gives form to natural matter, including the matter of his own nervous system and the brain, which is the center of it, turning it into a means and organ of its activity vital for purposes. That is why he considers from the beginning the nature, matter, as material in which embody his objectives and as a means for his realization of him. That is why he sees in nature, first of all, what that he is suitable for this role, what he plays or can play the role of means to his ends, that is, what that you have already attracted to the process of intentional activity from him. Thus, at first he directs his gaze to the stars exclusively as natural clock, calendar, and compass, as instruments of his vital activity. He watches his natural properties and regularities only to the extent in which are properties and regularities of the material in the which his activity develops, and with these traits natural should therefore count as a component completely objective of its activity that does not depend not at all of his will and consciousness. But it is for this very reason that he takes the results of his transforming activity, the forms and relations of things given by himself, as the forms and relationships of things as they are. This gives rise to fetishisms of all kinds and shades, one of whose varieties was and still is being philosophical idealism, the doctrine that considers the ideal forms of things, that is, the forms of the human activity embodied in things, are the forms eternal, primordial, and absolute of the universe, and only takes everything else into account to the extent that this everything else, that is, all the real diversity of the 399 world, has already been drawn into the labor process, has already been turned into a means, instrument, and material of realization of intentional activity, has already been refracted through of the grandiose prism of the ideal forms, forms of the human activity, is already presented, represented, in these forms, it has already been modeled by them. That is why the ideal only exists in the human being. Out of this and beyond there can be nothing ideal. Being human, however, must be understood not as an individual with an individual brain but as a real aggregate of real people doing collectively their specifically human vital activity, as the aggregate of all social relations that arise between people around a common task, around the process of social production of his life. Is within the human being understood in this way that the ideal exists, because within the human being thus understood are all the things that mediate the individuals who are socially producing his life, words, books, the statues, the churches, the community centers, the towers of television and, above all, the instruments of work, from the stone axe and the bone needle to the modern automated factory and computer. It is in these things where the ideal exists as vital activity, subjective and creator of forms of social being, embodied in the material of nature. The ideal form is a form of one thing, but a form that is outside the thing, and is found in being human as a form of his dynamic vital activity, as objectives and needs. Or conversely, it is a form of the vital activity of the human being, but that exists outside of this, in the form of the thing that he has created. The ideality as such it only exists in the constant succession and substitution of these two forms of the external incarnation of him and not matches none of them taken separately. Only exists through the ceaseless process of transformation of 400. The form of activity in the form of the thing and, vice versa, of the form of thing in the form of activity, of social being, of course. If we try to identify the ideal with any of these two forms of their separate immediate existence, this cease to exist. The only thing left is the body substantial, totally material, and its functioning bodily. The form of activity as such turns out to be encoded bodily in the nervous system, in intricate neurodynamic stereotypes and mechanisms brain by the pattern of external action of the material human organism, of the individual's body. And we will not discover anything ideal in that body. The way of the thing created by the human being, taken from the process of activity of social life, of the process of metabolism be human nature, also turns out to be simply the material form of the thing, the physical form of a body external and nothing else. A word, drawn from the organism of human relationship turns out to be nothing more than a phenomenon acoustic or optical. In itself is no more ideal than the human brain. Only in the reciprocal movement of the two opposite metamorphoses, forms of activity and forms of things in their mutual transformations dialectically contradictory existelideal. Therefore, only dialectical materialism was capable of solving the problem of the ideality of things. 401.